want to thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of each and every person in this room. We thank you even for the gift of this day that you've made, that we shall be rejoice and be glad. Lord, we commit this session before you. We know that if we don't
something very important. I've seen our brothers and sisters with visual impairment. So if you introduce yourself, if maybe you can describe a little bit who you are so that they know who is who in the room. I'm sorry, I forgot that with my co-MC. So as I said, my name is Paul Butita. Today, putting on blue, I can say I'm in a blue suit, some vintage. People say I'm short, but I don't ascribe to that. Do I look like short? And I'm a person with albinism. My co-MC.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ruth Amoit. I am tall, 5'6". I'm wearing a purple dress, and I have a ponytail.
Sawa, sawa. Inclusivity taken, tick. Can continue.
He's Francis. Giokori. From where? Ruiru.
No person should be limited by disability and feel that they are not eligible to be part of the digital migration.
I'm a person living with epilepsy. I was pursuing a course on analytical chemistry, but because of my condition, I had memory complications, and so that prevented me from progressing with my course.
Everyone has a challenge, but most of people, they believe that person of excuses, or they are so expensive to maintain in the workplace.
The AjiraForPWD apprenticeship program seeks to empower the young persons that we have trained Yes.
Morning, everyone. I'm Charles Chol Matiop, also known as CCM, from Kenya Society for the Blind, working in the Department of Communication. I don't know if my phone have lied to me, but my shirt is gray and the trouser is brown. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kennedy Okongo Diambo, Director of Programs Rikus. I'm donning a white shirt and gray trouser. I walk with 2 crutches. I also wear specs. I'm not tall. I'm not too short either. Hapo katikati. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gadiel Excellent, from the Kenya Society for the Blind, courtesy of Chesire Disability Services Kenya. I am tall, 6.4. Putting on hapo ni tricky kidogo. Yeah, I know I'm having a black what do you call it? Khaki trousers, brown vans. Hapo kwa shati sijui rangi tafadhali, poleni. Yeah, I'm happy to meet Butita, Paul. I remember this guy came to our rescue some time back when the landlord was landloading. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elvinia Teach, and I work for Kenya Society for the Blind. I am wearing right now a black suit, white shirt, and a red tie. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Mwali from Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa. I am wearing a black pants and black top and a red jacket. In terms of height, when I'm with the tall ones, they say I'm short. When I'm with the short ones, they say I'm tall. So I'm somewhere in between. Complexion, when I'm with the dark ones, they say I'm light. When I'm with the light ones, they say I'm dark. So I'm lost somewhere in between there. Thank you.
Wearing a black jacket and a beige trouser. My name is Simon Muremi, taller than Ruth, program leader Team Bliss.
We are done that side?
Yes.
Okay. Let us start from here at the back.
Good morning. I'm Caroline Mutindi Ngumbi. I am short, mfupi mnono round, and I'm wearing an orange dress, black boots. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Teresia Kimani. I work for Immobilis. I'm a bit tall. I'm 5'4". I'm wearing a Africa print dress, and I have dreadlocks.
Oh, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Felix Manga. I'm tall, wearing a denim shirt, a blue jacket, and a black trouser. I'm the data analyst at Ajira Digital Program. Thank you.
Wow, the bass.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Kadura. Today I'm in black coat, so to say, brown khaki jeans, and I work for Immobilis. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joy San, my HR associate, and pink dress with a gray
So tusimame. It's a kuku dance, and we are going to do as it does. We'll dance like it dances. So let us all look at the screen. Solomon.
Maybe to our brothers and sisters with a visual impairment, I know they may not see the screen, but hopefully you know this dance. Sam. Unaona Sam anazikwenda.
Wale wa two left feet na wajua.
Start to increase speed.
Yeah, take a walk round.
We are doing well, guys. Hey,
clap for yourselves.
Wow, that was a nice activity, but also keeping all of us fit, right? Yeah. So the next just activity we are going on, just to know your knowledge, because today we are here celebrating about to witness the launch of the Ajira Persons with Disability Apprenticeship Program, right? So just one or two people tell us, not maybe by show of hands, not per table specifically, what do you know about disability? Maybe just in one word or one sentence, what do you know about disability? By show of hand? Yeah, there's a hand behind there.
What I know about disability is that there are different forms of disability, and disability can be born with or acquired after.
Yes, thank you for that. Let's clap for her. Another person, what do you know about disability? I know in this room we have expertise in the field of disability, and they're just looking at me, others are just smiling. Just one word.
Me?
Yes.
Disability is not inability.
True.
Thank you.
Let's clap for her. Gentlemen.
For me, when you don't accept yourself, that is when we say you are disabled.
Wow, I like that. Self-acceptance.
Thank you.
Ladies have been dominating. Who are the gentlemen in the house? Gents. Wanaume he.
Ndio hao hii.
Haya.
Could be total, partial impairment or deformity that maybe might be physical. And also, we can just say maybe some also emotional. When you're not okay mentally, also that could be or could lead to a disability. Something of the sort, yes.
Thank you. Let's clap for him. Wow, I like that part of emotional. But the most important thing, disability, you can be partial, either through accident. Yeah, you can be, today you may be on a gate, God forbid, but things do happen. It's life cycle. Yeah, you may be on a crutch for just a few or a month. So in that period, you join the disability circle. You become part of the disability movement. So you see, disability is diverse, and anyone can get it anytime at any place. So it's also good to have this knowledge about disability. In the interest of time, my co-MC.
Thank you, Butita. So as Butita has mentioned, we want to welcome you for this launch today for the AjiraForPWD apprenticeship. I must say that it is a great day for us today to be here because this journey we started in 2023 October. And for the AjiraForPWD apprenticeship, it is a 6 months program. So having this launch today is a big win for us because, this is a big win for us because we have partners in the room who are going to help us big time in ensuring that we are able to reach out to each and every part of the country with this particular initiative. I don't want to talk much on this particular bit, I will add, but I want to take this opportunity to welcome our MD to give his opening remarks. Let us put together our hands for Mr. Ken Mwenda. Karibu.
Distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, partners, good morning. It's so wonderful to be gathered here today just before we all break for the Christmas holidays, before a lot of mbusis and pigs and sheep must be sacrificed. We can't commit that we have one for you today, but at least we hope you're also starting to get into the festive season. I think we also saw from the cuckoo dance that some of us need a bit more exercise and energizers in the morning. At least we've learned that. So all protocols observed. I want to begin by recognizing and really warmly welcoming each and every one of you today. We're so glad that you could make time for this particular event that we're extremely excited about. I want to recognize our guests from the Mastercard Foundation. We have Madam Ruth Olo, who's the program lead for gender. We will be joined later today by Ms. Moshami Wambugu, who's the resident for digital economy. We also have from KEPSA, our co-implementing partner for Ajira Digital, Grace Mary, very ably representing Ajira. And also I believe we have Fozia in the room from KEPSA team as well. Very glad to have you here. We also have from the Kenya Institute of Special Education, Dr. Zipporah, who just introduced herself. Karibu sana. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Zipporah. She's with the Department of Hearing Impairment. We have from the Ministry of ICT joining us, Madam Annie Kegode, who's a senior ICT officer. We also have Bwana Jeffrey Omwenga, who will be joining us. Also, as importantly, if not more particularly because of this event, I want to recognize and also make a special mention to our partners who have made time for us today to join us together. Let me start with Supana, Madam Supana, who's here, who's been supportive through this entire journey. She's the CEO of the Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Association. So glad to have you here. We have Bwana Kennedy Okongo, Director, Riziki Resource, and we're very glad, again, that you've continued to support in this journey. We have Madam Cecilia, who I just met today, and we realized we know each other from a different life. So good to see you here. She is the CEO of Chesire Disability Services Kenya. In absentia, because they are based in Mombasa, they sent their apologies to Naweza CBO, who's also one of our partners, is represented here. We have Madam Joanne Wekesa from Innovate Now. We have the Light for the World team. Thank you so much for joining us. We have Next Step Foundation, ably represented here by Bwana Alan, and I believe one of your other colleagues is here. So karibuni sana. And then the Kenya Society for the Blind Trust. I hope I've captured everyone, but if I haven't, please accept our warm welcome, and thank you for being here today. So let me provide a bit of context and an overview on why this is particularly an important event for us today. It's with great excitement and anticipation that we are gathered here for the official launch of the AjiraPWD Apprenticeships program. This is a significant milestone in our collective journey to create a more inclusive and equitable digital economy. As we all know, the digital revolution has transformed the way we live, the way we work, the way we interact, and I would add, the way we entertain ourselves. However, this transformation has not been evenly distributed. Persons with disabilities continue to face significant barriers and accessing digital opportunities. At Immoblis, we believe that technology truly has the power to empower everyone, regardless of their abilities. That's why we have been at the forefront of championing digital inclusion for PWDs. We have tried to work tirelessly to ensure that our programs are accessible and that PWDs have the skills that they need to thrive in this digital age, so that no person is left behind. No Kenyan is left behind, no young person is left behind. We are grateful to the Mastercard Foundation and to the government of Kenya. In the case of the government of Kenya, they entrusted us 5 years ago to be an implementing partner for Ajira Digital, with the idea that 100,000 young people per year could be empowered to embrace and to be onboarded to get digital jobs. So whether that's working in a BPO, whether that's a software developer doing remote work for companies abroad, whether that is a young person doing transcription or being a virtual assistant, whether working on local platforms or international platforms, that was what we were tasked and mandated to deliver for the young people of Kenya through trainings, through mentorship, through Ajira clubs that we launched at TVETs and at universities, and through managing 101 Ajira Youth Empowerment Centers. The Mastercard Foundation has been committed and has been an incredible partner in this journey, believing in us as a local indigenous African institution, but also believing and being very committed through their Young Africa Work strategy in leaving no person behind. So as part of our mandate and as part of the audience we seek to empower, 70% of those are to be young women, 5% are to be refugees, and 5% persons with disabilities. So for the Mastercard Foundation, they've articulated and been very clear about how their partners are expected to work with them in this journey of making sure that no one is left behind. We at Immoblis are committed to working closely with the foundation to continue achieving this goal and to create a more inclusive digital future. This didn't just start today, and what I mentioned is that this is an official launch of a program with 4 fantastic partners that started in around October of 2023. And here I would like to commend the Immoblis team, led very ably by Edna. Barbara is our champion for inclusivity. We have Paul, who's introduced himself. We have Ruth, we have Simon, we have Teresa, Caro, we have Zach, who are represented here today, but they represent a broader team of 220 staff at Immoblis who work on the programming side of things, on Ajira Digital, but also on our various other activities as Immoblis. I can tell you, and please forgive us, where we don't fully understand everything, maybe we should, about inclusivity, but I can promise you that we're committed and we're trying. Where we make mistakes and where we realized very early that we're not the experts in this area and that we needed to work with organizations who are committed to this and whose focus is PWDs. So on 23rd October of 2023, we hosted a consultative meeting, and I see a lot of familiar faces from that. And that was at Radisson Park Inn, and that helped to set the pace and have consultations and ideas and feedback from potential partners. As a result of that meeting, we then said, how can we provide a sub-grant to these partner organizations to be able to take on between 5 and 20 PWDs who've already been trained through Ajira, provide them with a stipend, provide them with work experience, which helps the organization itself with actual work that they need done, but which also helps the young person to get experience and to get some of the skills that they need beyond in-classroom learning. So that's the vision behind Ajira for PWD. And we're very happy today that as we gather here, it's been since that October meeting, we've been able to partner. We have over 70 young people, PWDs, who've benefited as apprentices, who've gotten stipends, who've been able to support and work with very specific organizations that are our partners. But in general, as we've trained almost 12,000 young people every month across the country through the 101 centers on how to become a digital worker and how to become an online worker. So as we've done that, we've also tried to understand and guide the government, even as we learned on how to make the centers that we manage, how can we make them more inclusive, whether it's wheelchair accessible ramps, whether it's assistive devices, whether it's some of those. And we've also given that feedback to the Mastercard Foundation so that that can be included not just in the Ajira digital program, but in all the other programming work as a lesson that we've picked up through our reporting to them. But this year alone, 2024, 4,000 plus young PWDs across the country have benefited from training and mentorship sessions under the Ajira digital program. So I'm very excited about that, and I hope you are as well. So the esteemed organizations that we've been partnering with over the past almost a year now, I think this marks slightly over a 1-year anniversary, are Kilimanjaro Blind Trust, Africa, Tunaweza PWD CBO in Mombasa, Riziki Source that I mentioned, and Chesire Disability Foundation, Kenya, who are all organizations who in their own rights are doing incredible work for PWDs. We salute you. We look forward to a continued partnership, and we hope that if it's possible, we can support even more young PWDs through the apprenticeship, through the stipends, as we move forward in the programming and in the work. What has also been exciting is to see many young people get absorbed, starting as interns or apprentices into the organizations themselves, having learned the digital skills. So some have secured long-term employment at some of these organizations. Others have gone on to entrepreneurship, but they now have a foundation of understanding our work environment, systems, processes from the partners who guided them and who mentored them through the apprenticeship. Our goal is to scale the AjiraForPWD apprenticeships program and to create an accessible, equitable, inclusive, and sustainable digital ecosystem. We want to ensure that PWDs have the opportunities they need to reach their full potential and to contribute, frankly, to the economic growth of our nation, just like everybody else. Allow me to highlight 2 impact stories that really captured our imagination in terms of what's possible and also what makes this all worthwhile. Before engaging in this initiative, I'll personally admit that I didn't know that epilepsy is considered a form of disability. When I picture the story of Elizabeth Atieno, a young woman from Homa Bay, who had high-flying grades, she's an A student, who had to stop her bachelor's degree in analytical chemistry due to her condition of epilepsy. However, this did not dim her hopes and her dreams. She went on to become a successful farmer and then an adept digital marketing intern at one of the renowned sugar companies in Kenya. The digital marketing skills that she gained from Ajira Digital have helped Elizabeth to grow her poultry business. They've also helped her to secure an Ajira for PWD internship through Cheshire Disability Services. So we're very proud of that. And also thank you. We can clap for that. And what the stipend that she earned during that period has also enabled her to do is invest in her farming business, procure the drugs that she needs, and also attend to her personal needs for livelihood. So what's exciting about that story is there are so many different pathways for this to take shape for young PWDs who go through such a program, whether in their own entrepreneurial ventures, whether it's the money that helps them get drugs that they need, or whether it's just learning the skills that then help them continue at that organization. The second story I want to share is that of Steve Mboya, who's visually impaired. He's currently a full-time employee at Kilimanjaro Blind Trust, Africa. He started out as an intern through the AjiraForPWD initiative. Having gone through the Ajira digital training and competitively securing the AjiraForPWD internship at Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa, Steve delivered great results. He showed entrepreneurial acumen, and he had a passion and a desire for personal and professional growth. And so the management of KBTA then opted to take him on when the internship period had ended. Through the stipend he's earned, he's been able to sort out rent. Someone mentioned the landlord was landlording at some point. So we all know what that looks like and feels like. So it's good to be able to sort out rent and then support his siblings and open a business back in the village at home. Away from the participants, our collaborators, the organizations I've mentioned, have also seen impact for their own organizations. For instance, Tunaweza CBO advised us and shared with us, Madam Lucille in particular, confirmed that they have grown significantly since the engagement started. And for them, it's been that they've been able to increase their sales as a result of the digital marketing that some of the interns have been able to support them with. They've been able to attract new donors by having a better and more enhanced digital presence through social media that then showcases their work in a way that donors are able to say, actually, we can potentially work with you, and this is what we would like to do together. So they had these stories, they were doing great work, but because they were not properly applying this on social media, it was a bit harder to get funding. So SEO, content creation and dissemination is what has helped through the program. They've also been able to alleviate the living standards of their members through the internship stipend. And then finally with Riziki Source, one of the things that they were able to share with us is that even along with their work to help young people with high potential to create sustainable livelihoods and attract dignified work for themselves, they've also been able to digitize all their records as a result of the apprentices and the interns who are paid for through the Immobilis Ajira Mastercard Foundation grant to improve their human resource capacity to do additional kinds of work. It has helped increase their operational efficiency and to reduce their operational costs courtesy of this collaboration. So I think what this shows us is that this is not a make work project. This is the organizations needed certain work done anyway. It can improve their organizations. This is not a charitable enterprise. This is young people learning the skills that they need, getting the stipends that they also need, and then being able to place and position themselves for a better digital future. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the vision and how we hope to scale the AjiraForPWD. I would like to thank, once again, all our partners, our stakeholders, our supporters for their continued commitment to digital inclusion. Your ideas, your feedback, please continue to share that with us so that we can continue to improve. And as an organization, as Immobilis, we would like to continue to learn from you and with you as we continue in this journey together. So as we officially launch this program today, so it's been going on, we'll watch a video later on that shows some of the incredible stories that have come up. We'll be able to also hear from the different organizations themselves. So don't take it just from me that this has been a good partnership so far. You'll hear it directly from the organizations themselves. But as we launch this program today, I encourage all of us to work together to build a more inclusive digital ecosystem. Let's break down barriers, challenge stereotypes, and create a future where everyone has an opportunity to thrive. Thank you so much. God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful holiday. Thank you for joining us for this event again.
Well, thank you very much, our able MD. A round of applause again for our Managing Director. Sawa. I think we have had the journey about the person with disability under the Ajira program and what we are trying to do through the Mobilis. It's a learning process, but our child, this child of ours, at least there's progress, effective and meaningful progress on the ground, and we are somewhere. Article 27 of the Conventional Right of the Person with Disability, wacha ni shine kidogo hapo, because I'm also a fellow of the United Nations CRPD on the Conventional Right of Person with Disability, that Kenya, we are a signatory, ratified as a state, so it also forms part of our law and our Constitution 2010. Article 27 speaks about of the conventional right of the person with disability, work and employment. And every state parties or state members are obliged to ensure meaningful, effective of person with disability on work and employment on an equal basis with the others. And we've heard our MD spoke about the barriers. So disability is not about the impairment, it's the barriers actually. With the removal of the barriers, every person with disability can operate or can participate either social, political, or even at work on an equal basis with the rest. So, in the interest of time, allow me introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker of the day will be Dr. Zipporah Katunga from Keyser. Keyser is the Kenya Institute of Special Education. Dr. Zipporah holds a PhD in counseling for parents and persons with disabilities. For 17 years, she had worked with persons with disabilities in Makueni County as the voice for persons with hearing impairment or hearing loss. With the county, this is in collaboration with the county government, mainstreaming the disability agenda. Dr. Zipporah has a PhD in counseling, as I alluded, and at Keyser, what she does is assessment for hearing loss. As for those who understand, you know about special schools. For you to join those special schools, not for person with disability, not just like you can just decide that I want to go to this special school. There's a process of assessment. There's now a person now to determine which school, according to impairment, that you can be correctly placed in so that you can access education on an equal basis with the rest. Dr. Zipporah also is what she does at Keyser. Also, she teaches those teachers who are for special learners or special schools. So that's what she does, and it's a great job that we do as appreciate Daktari. Thank you very much. May we put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Zipporah on stage.
Okay, I'm happy to be before you this morning, and I want to thank God. I request you give somebody a high five on my behalf. That is wonderful, and a smile for that matter. Yeah, thank you, Paul. I like your confidence. It is the work of the teachers. Am I right? Yes. Yes, so I really appreciate what we are doing. I'm humbled this morning, and thank you for the opportunity to create empowerment to the persons that are differently abled. I personally do not like the term disability. or it is about attitude for me. From my history, I'm a seventh born in a family of 14. My dad was an amputee. You know amputees, eh? He had a limb that was missing the leg, so he was on crutches. But 14 of us went to school, had food, and that really gave me motivation to feel what is different. I'm seeing other full men here with only 5 kids. They are missing school. We are 14. Our dad has one leg. We never slept without food. And that really gave me energy. And I think I chose the dream because of the passion that I had for the efforts that my dad was putting on this. So thank you. At KEPSA is an institute that is mandated to look into matters, special needs. So at KEPSA, we have a mandate to assess persons that have disability, young persons rather. We also teach the teachers that go to teach in those special schools. We empower them. After the training they get from other institutions, they come to KEPSA to be empowered and also to pick on the line of disability. Somebody has just earlier said that we have many areas of disability. We have so many. Some are hidden, others are visible. We can see a physically handicapped person. We can see a visually impaired person. We may see a mentally challenged person, especially that is very conspicuous. We have like about 10 broad groups of disability. The hearing impaired, the visually impaired, the emotionally, the EBDs, behavioral disorders. We call them emotionally behavioral disorders. We have the hyperactive attention disability, those kids that are just hyper. We have the cerebral palsy. We have the autism, persons that are autistic. It is very noticeable in young persons. We have other kids that have health issues. Somebody has just mentioned those that have diabetic. They're born like that. They have problems as early as birth. We have brittle bone, very soft bones, persons that are born with soft bones. We have the microcephaly, persons that have big head. Not big this size, I mean just too big. You've seen maybe in the streets. And another very small one, the micro. So those are many cases we have around with us. So we cannot basically say only the blind and the deaf are, but the room is balanced. Others here who are very silent could be having EBD. It's only that you've not come to us for assessment, to know your category. We have those others that have problems in classroom. We call them learning disability. Under learning disability, we have dyslexia, we have dysgraphia, poor handwriting, we have dyscalculia, persons who will never know how to do mathematics. And in KEPSA, we make teachers for all those students because tuko hapa kwa hii room. I'm sure we are here. In one way or another, we have a weakness, including our emotions, how we control us. So I'm liking what you're doing to empower our persons that have challenges. But the key thing here is attitude, removing barriers, and modifying way of instructions. Then all persons can achieve their full potential. All persons can achieve their full potential. I like the effort the parents of this young man did. Allow me to mention him, because it is about the parent. When a mother goes to the labor ward, they come out having a baby, young, bouncing, whatever, and people celebrate. When the mother carries the kid home, little to realize my child has an issue. They come back to the doctors and tell them, my child has issues. And the doctors are like, what is the problem? Are they sick? No. But they can't do ABCD. And only for the keen parents, because I've seen parents that come to us at age 10, and they've just recently realized their kids cannot communicate. Then you ask the journey of from zero days, to today. No, I was busy with work, I was busy with what, and then they forgot that the kid had some milestones to go through, which they were not careful with. That is also the reason that I was motivated to go and do my PhD on counseling of the parents that have children with disability. They are left out. So before you come to give Ajira to this young youth of yours, they have been through a journey. There has been somebody who has been standing behind them. And that's a very sole parent who nobody cares how their emotional issues. Nobody cares to counsel them, even in the hospital. Even when you give birth to a child, outrightly who looks as challenges outrightly, you just carry home your kid and nobody, the hospital keeps their record. Wherever you come and realize yourself, nobody is really there for the parent. So I appreciate when we teach them in school and they come to you people and you give them jobs to empower them economically, to make them become persons that can be useful in the society. That's really a milestone for this nation and for us people that are concerned or are friends to persons with disability. Lastly, I want to encourage us to spread the gospel that it is very important not to hide persons that have challenges. We come out and seek help from the institutions that we have around. The government of ours is doing a lot. We make for example, that have hearing loss, we make gadgets that they can purchase at a minimal price. Some are even given for free depending on logistics around there, so that we can make them be like other persons in the society, those that can benefit. Let them come out for assessment. From there, we are able to make a journey with the parents and we'll walk through until we come to hand them over to you at Ajira to give them now the economic part of empowerment. Otherwise, it's a journey. So I know we have friends out there. We have persons that we can talk to about what we are doing, but don't just wait until they're at this stage where they want jobs. Let us spread the gospel so that those other young ones that are yet to come here, they can go through the systems. When they come to us, we will place them to the right schools where they can get the best benefits so that they come out and come to seek for employment. Otherwise, if they don't go through school, then you will not get to your desk, right? Yes, they will not get to your desk for this employment. And going through school, they have to go through assessment. They have to go through the teachers that have been trained, and our government is doing quite a lot. We have a big number that we are training year in, year out. And I'm sure very soon all schools will be empowered by teachers that have knowledge on special need for our young persons. With those many or few remarks, I'm really humbled and I want to bless everyone this morning as we continue with the program. Any questions, I'm still around, and any discussions, I'm still around. I'll sit until the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zipporah. Let us give her a better clap. Asante sana. Thank you. Also for the work that you're doing at KEPSA, we appreciate you a lot. I would like to invite our next guest, speaker who is from Mastercard Foundation. This is Ruth Olo. She is a program lead in gender at the foundation. Karibu sana. Let us clap for her as she comes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is a delight to be with you this morning. My name is Ruth. As you've heard, I work at the Mastercard Foundation. I have already described myself physically for those that have visual impairment. It is such a delight to be here this morning to witness this great milestone that our partners, Immobilis and Ajira, KEPSA, have really gotten us to. At the Mastercard Foundation, we have the Young Africa Work Strategy. And in our Young Africa Work Strategy, we envision a world where everyone has an opportunity to learn and prosper. Everyone, the word there is everyone, irrespective of their disability status. In Kenya, we aim to reach 7 million young men and women, 5 million of them being women, with dignified and fulfilling work. And with all this ambition, we still aim to reach 350,000 young men and women with disability, diverse disabilities, to enable them to get to dignified and fulfilling work. 350, I'm sure you're seated in the room and asking, I mean, with the very many numbers of persons with disability living in Kenya, why that small number? Just to reassure you that 350,000 is just the floor. It's not the ceiling, it's just the floor. And that is the target that we have set. However, we encourage our partners and we support our partners to really go above and beyond. Ken, we are really glad to partner with Immobilis, you know. We are committed in supporting Africa-led organizations, and 75% of our funding goes to Africa-led organizations. I am also delighted to hear the partnership that Immobilis has with other local partners that are on the ground. You know, they are closest to where the need is. And so, I mean, just seeing partners and hearing partners as far as from Mombasa, CBOs, NGOs, partnering in this great journey, we are actually sure that this program is reaching the most marginalized young person with disability. We're also delighted to have Light for the World in the room. So Light for the World are our technical partners on matters disability. We know that there is a lot of limited knowledge around the whole aspect of disability. And at times, many people don't reach out to persons with disability because of very limited information and knowledge. But we are really delighted to have Light for the World as our technical partners who are really helping us to understand the whole disability world, but also to see how we can meaningfully engage young men and women with disability to get to dignified and fulfilling work. We know unemployment is an issue in Africa. It is an issue in Kenya. We saw our GNZs on the streets. And we know that young people have the potential to actually change the economy of this country. And young men and women with disability have the potential to change the economy of this country. And so we are committed to continue working with our partners to really enable and support young persons with disability to get into work. And we know that digital economy is an enabler, a path that young people can take to get to work opportunities. And when we talk about dignified and fulfilling work at the Mastercard Foundation, we have a definition for that. And one of the markers is actually having young people earn the minimum income, the minimum wage within the country. And we are trying to really shift the perception around disability so that when you're having young people with disability, it is not engaging them with the aim of just, you know, let me give them something small. No, it is really engaging them with the aim of seeing empowered people who can actually contribute to their economies. So we are delighted to be here to witness the launch of these AjiraForPWD. And I like that there is a thought of really giving stipends and just recognizing the needs and the realities that young people have. And so we are looking forward to continuing partnering with you on this particular initiative. We know that we are setting the stage for other partners in the country to actually tell them and show them that indeed young persons with disability can actually work. And with our Light for the World partners, we have a program that we call We Can Work, because young persons with disability can actually work. So on behalf of the Mastercard Foundation, we are really delighted to be here, and we commit to continue supporting this venture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's clap for her again. I think we can do better than that. Thank you. We all appreciate all our stakeholders in this journey. So our next speaker, I will invite Grace Mushiri as a project manager at Ajira, KEPSA, that is Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Karibu sana. Yes, let's clap for her. Baka afike.
Thank you so much, our MC. Our partners, strategic partner, Mastercard Foundation, Madam Ruth, we are grateful to see you here today. Thank you, Ken, our other partners in the skilling category, Immobilis. Thank you, Ken. And I don't know if the ministry is here yet, but the ministry representative, I had you mentioned Annie Kegode and Jeffrey, who will also be coming. Dr. Zipporah, it's also nice to meet you. It's my first time meeting you, as well as all the other partners that have been very collaborative in this step of persons with disability. Alan, we've been working a lot with you from the Next Step Foundation and the Light for the World, as well as Kilimanjaro Blind Trust. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Grace Mary Mushiri. I'd also introduced myself and tried to describe myself in the best way possible. I'm here to represent the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, which is also a big partner of this project, Ajira Digital Program, with implementing partners in terms of demand. That is trying to convince, or rather to identify employers and work providers that can provide the young people with these work opportunities. So allow me just to give, I was trying to think through some of the examples that we've been finding along in terms of trying to get young people work opportunities. And I remembered a case, an initiative we just started like 3 months ago. It's ending this December, where we've been trying to take schools to online presence. So it's public schools and trying to digitize them for online presence. We were calling it Taking Schools to Online, TSO program. And we were working with 50 young people trying to, who are doing web development, content creation of these schools. And then now, once they've done that, they're able to convince more principals and schools leadership to digitize their processes. So we worked with 50 young people. And among the 50 young people, with a partner that we were working with, they wanted to retain five young people out of that for a long-term employment with them, because now those you have to have done the most efficient work. You have to have hit the many schools because we were targeting about 1,000 schools. We have managed to do 990 so far, and out of the 5, 1 is a person with disability. I was so very much excited to listen to the story of that young person as they were explaining how they were going about it. And one most interesting bit is that they've been given, they are doing now web development for that partner that we were working with. So these are among the stories that we are discovering along the way, that persons with disability are not an option, but rather an asset to businesses. And allow me now to take you back and explain who KEPSA is, because with that long story, I believe you can try and put dots together. So KEPSA is the umbrella body of the private sector in the country, and we try to advocate for better business environment government. But at the same time, we take such initiatives like Ajira Digital Program to propel or to speak to businesses to uptake young people for opportunities or to create more work opportunities, as well as accelerate entrepreneurship in terms of those young people trying to start something. So we come in through capacity building, we come in through financing, as well as creating policies that are able to support them in different ways. So those are among the many things, but just to mention also, we've worked very closely with Next Step Foundation to try and sensitize businesses to consider inclusivity or business inclusivity. And one thing we've been really selling to them, because we've realized most businesses think absorbing young people, especially with persons with disability, is maybe a liability or they are too far from there. We've been trying to show them how they, step by step, they can do this, as well as also we have been also advocating and showing them that these young people, this category of group, can bring them innovative ideas that can help them accelerate their margins and even become globally competitive. So in a nutshell, that's the sensitizations we've been doing. But again, we've also been supporting our partners in different ways. So we look for those young people categorically because they are we have realized also the young people within these categories, they are very skilled in advanced skills. Let me call it advanced skills in this case, but it's techie. And these are skills that are sellable, if I may call it that way, sellable to global employers. So again, we've also been doing strategic partnerships to try and access those opportunities and bring them to the young people who are software developers, cloud computing, and name them, yeah? So I'm looking forward to this initiative and launch, and we are really looking forward to support our partners, Immobilis, in this, so that we are able to create work opportunities. We have a very big target. If we are looking at 350,000 young people, we have a long way and great work ahead. So let us continue collaborating and working together and co-creating some of these initiatives so that we are able to meet these targets. Thank you, and I'll give it back to our moderator.
Wow, thank you. So I think one of the key aspects that we can pick from that great and insightful speech is that when you employ persons with disability, actually they are not a liability, but an asset. An asset in terms of, we know we pay taxes, maybe as a firm or as an institution. So through the Constitution and the Disability Act, there's that incentive when any sector or any company remit your tax, you are being given a leeway when you have persons with disability. At least we are aware of that today. My co-MC, can you introduce for us our next speaker?
Thank you, Butita. So I want to introduce our next speaker. We have a guest who will speak on behalf of the leadership from the Ministry of ICT and the Digital Economy, Mr. Adrian Mosotti, an ICT officer, State Department for ICT and the Digital Economy. Karibu, Adrian. Let's clap for him as he comes.
Shukran. The leadership at Mastercard, Immobilis, KEPSA, esteemed guests. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So on behalf of the leadership at the ministry, that is the State Department for ICT and the Digital Economy, my name is Adrian Mosotti, and I'll be giving this speech. It is an honor to be here today to celebrate the launch of the AjiraForPWD Apprenticeship program, a significant milestone in our collective journey towards a more inclusive digital Kenya. Ajira Digital, a pioneering public-private partnership under the Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy, has been at the forefront of empowering young Kenyans with the digital skills they need to succeed in the 21st century. By leveraging the expertise and resources of both the public and private sectors, Ajira Digital has been able to reach a wide range of young people, including those with disabilities. It is with great pleasure and anticipation that I join you today to celebrate the launch of the AjiraForPWD Apprenticeship program. This momentous occasion marks a significant stride towards realizing our collective vision of a truly inclusive digital economy. Immobilis, your dedication to fostering digital skills and empowering young Kenyans to engage meaningfully in the digital economy is quite commendable. By launching this innovative apprenticeship program, you're not only addressing a critical need, but also setting a new standard for inclusivity in the tech sector. The government of Kenya, particularly the Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy, is deeply committed to ensuring that no one is left behind in the digital age. We recognize the immense potential of persons with disabilities and their invaluable contribution to our society. To this end, we have implemented various policies and programs aimed at empowering PWDs and promoting their inclusion in the digital economy. One such policy is the Persons with Disabilities Act of 2003, which provides a legal framework for the protection and empowerment of PWDs. Additionally, the ICT policy of 2019 emphasizes the importance of digital inclusion and accessibility for all, including the PWDs. These policies underscore our commitment to creating a digital landscape that is 1, accessible, 2, equitable, and 3, inclusive. Our ministry, and by extension the State Department for ICT and the Digital Economy, in collaboration with the various partners, has been actively working to support the inclusion agenda. Ajira Digital, a flagship program, has been instrumental in empowering young people, that is including the PWDs, with digital skills and work, through various initiatives such as training, mentorship, and job placement. Ajira Digital has helped thousands of PWDs to secure meaningful employment opportunities in the digital sector. The AjiraForPWD Apprenticeship program aligns perfectly with these broader efforts by including PWDs with specialized training and practical experience. This program will equip them with the skills they need to succeed in the digital workforce. It will also create a pathway for them to enter the high-demand tech roles and contribute to the growth of our digital economy. Furthermore, this initiative will help to challenge the stereotypes and break down barriers that often hinder the progress of PWDs. This is by showcasing the talents and abilities of PWDs, and as such, we can inspire the others to foster a more inclusive and accepting society. As we embark on this journey of digital transformation, it is imperative that we prioritize the needs and aspirations of the PWDs by investing in their skills and creating opportunities for their advancement. We are not only fulfilling our moral obligation, but also driving economic growth and innovation. The launch of the AjiraForPWD apprenticeship is a testament to our bold commitment to creating a more inclusive and equitable digital future. By providing the PWDs with the necessary skills and opportunities, we are not only empowering the individuals, but also strengthening our nation. Let us continue to work together to break down the barriers, challenge the stereotypes, and create a digital world where everyone has a chance to thrive. It is my urge to all the stakeholders, including government agencies, private sector organizations, and the civil society at large, to support this initiative and contribute to its success. By working together, we can create a more inclusive and prosperous digital Kenya. Thank you.
A better clap. Thank you. Asante sana, Adrian. So we are doing well. I would like to ask one question. Paul Butita talked about CRPD. Who knows what CRPD means in full? Kuna watu staki wajibu. Kishindikana watajibu. Now, CRPD. Okay. Kuna mtu ameinua mkono. CRPD. Ama tulete zawadi ndio tuone mikono. Tulete zawadi. Paul, you can give him the mic.
Yeah, CRPD is the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In full, it is UNCRPD, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you. Let's clap for him. Mtakumbuka. We'll ask these questions as we progress so that we can assess also how we are getting along. So I want to invite one of our own to give us an icebreaker before we go to the next agenda, Zach Munai. Let's clap for Zach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can all hear me? Yes. Good. Now, because of the nature of the group we are in, it's a blended one. Everyone is all inclusive. So it means the icebreaker I have to do lazima involve kila mtu. That's the assignment. Now, this icebreaker is going to be each person you pick. Which one, which is your shortest name? The last name or the first name, sawa? Then upon picking it, you will stand. Then you spell your name with your body, using your body. If it is O, Ba, T, something of the sort, you get? So you spell each letter of your last name or your first name.
There's a problem here. The B for print is different from the trail B. That's how you want to spell it.
The what?
The B you write in print is different from our B in grade.
Now that is the idea. We want to see that inclusivity. We want to see that B come out the way now you do it in print. Is it possible? So it is doable, right?
He will try.
We will try, right? Hakuna kitu hizi fanyika tukiweka nia yetu na dhamira yetu hapo, sivyo? Good. So let's be upstanding. Let's be upstanding. I want it to be all inclusive. Kila mtu tu spell jina yako. So on the count of 1, 2, 3, we all start. Sawa? And then you need to say the letters loud for those who can, to be able to know what you are spelling. Sabwana Ken. Okay, are we ready? Yes. On 1, 2, 3. O, B, A, T, I. I didn't see some people spell their names. Good. Yes? How is that done? Good. Thank you, guys. Be seated.
Thank you so much, Zach. There are others who have just 3 letters for their name. Wako na bahati, wanajijua. Okay, so I want to invite my co-MC to take us to the next session.
Thank you very much, my co-MC. Most interesting thing during the icebreaker, others were spelling jina ya Zach. Akisema O, watu wanaenda O, Z. But that's nice. So our next activity, we'll invite one of our own from the Ajira program. This is Mr. Simon Murimi. Mr. Simon Mrimi is our eldest in the office, our elder. So palipo na wazee, hakuna jambo linaharibika ama linaenda mrama. So Simon is a program lead, skills development and job resources at Immobilis. Elder Simon, where are you? Tumpigie makofi anapokuja. Na makofi ya wazee na kwanga brief.
They say age is just a number, but I disagree, because age also means a lot. It means there are things you have gone through and there are things you have learned that others do not know, have not gone through, and they will take time to learn. And to be called an elder, to have those titles, there is a price to pay. Hata kuitwa mbambas, there is a price for that. Otherwise, it's an honor to be here today. For the first time, before I go to my presentation, for the first time, I found myself sitting in a table alone. Hata kwa mazishi kaangi peke yangu. I don't know why my colleagues and our MCs today decided to move people from my table. And I'm sure even in heaven I will not sit alone. So it's only here that my table, I just have one friend who just walked in and realized I'm just sitting down with bottles and glass. Akuja kunijoin. Good to be here. It's a wonderful journey that we started a year or so ago together with the team at Immobilis. And we are here today because we have a cause to accomplish together. Dr. Zipporah has challenged me that even people who has poor handwriting have some sort or some form of disability. Joseph there is laughing because me and him, we are lucky that our MT Ken and Edna, our seniors, never requested us to submit reports, handwritten reports, because otherwise I saw by anything, because our handwriting have refused to shape up. And at least we type good reports. So it's wonderful to hear that even handwriting and all these other many forms of disability that she mentioned are part of this journey of inclusivity and creating an inclusive environment, an inclusive ecosystem where everybody thrives, where everybody is able to achieve and realize their potentials. So all protocols observed, our chief guests from the ministry side, our strategic partner, the Mastercard Foundation, the leadership of the institution where I serve, Ken and Edna, and the rest of the partners in this launch day and in this journey that we have covered over the last 1 year and we look forward to cover moving forward. Allow me to introduce to us Immobilis in a short while. That we are a 14-year-old training institution focusing on digital and software technology skills. We are registered as a TVET and also a member of KEPSA and the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. Over the years that we have been in existence, we have trained over 10,000 students across Africa, with 72% of our trainees getting jobs in big companies and leading institutions such as Facebook, Google, Safaricom, and the like. What we do is that we do trainings in different programs. As I will mention later, we offer consultancies, we are an innovation hub, and also do capacity building interventions for the youths in our country and across the region. Our mission is to create opportunities for young African youth by training them on digital and software and other technologies to prepare them for the future of work by equipping them with marketable and industry-driven skills. Our major programs that we have been able to run through includes the website and mobile app development, Mobile Girls for young women, the Google Digital Skills for Africa, the AjiraForPWD program that is hosting us today, the Accelerator program with GIZ. We have boot camps with NATCOM. We have the Danish Refugee Council program that we have been learning in Dadaab, and also the Norwegian Refugee Council program. Majorly on the software and the website and app development. We have the full stack development. We have the web development. We have Android. We have the Python. We have JavaScript. We have data science. We have AWS cloud. We have cybersecurity and the like. So these are software technologies, digital skilling that we do as we continue to equip the young people in Africa on various programs to be able to become future ready in this digital economy space. Over the years, in our good work that we do, we have been able to receive awards and have been able to achieve, as listed there, more still loading. Being awarded as the best student partner in Africa for the Go Digital Skills in 2019 and 2020, awarded the Presidential Digital Talent Program Awards in 2020, Diversity and Inclusion Opportunity for Youth Employment, we were the first runner-up, Tech Frontier for the Youth in 2022, Digital Fit Good category in 2023, the World Summit of Information Society in 2023, another one that our MONB was able to receive in Swiss, Pacesetter in Digital and Software Technologies 2023, and recently the Employment and Entrepreneurship Initiative Award by the East Africa Employment Summit, both the year 2023 and 2024, where we were awarded. We have different programs that we are currently running, such as the AI program in high schools. Currently, we have 8 learning in Alliance High School. We are training them on Python. We have the web development, currently cohort 3 running, and recently graduated 144, physically attending, but 254 graduates. The annual Immobilist Tech Talk, they're able to run in the month of April, and our corporate training, one of it is the African Population Health Research Center. We are training their 10 staffs on cyber security. We have a BPO that offers different services such as transcription, data annotation, and also offering consultation services for different services regionally and also globally. This is a picture of our labs where we conduct our training. We currently have 4 labs that are equipped with high-tech machines for training, especially for those who are being trained physically, and where our team of trainers, experienced trainers, are able to deliver these training services. We are here because of the AjiraForPWD program that is hosting the AjiraForPWD program that we are here today to launch. And as a program that we have been learning for the last 4 or 5 years or so, is that we have been able to deliver this program together with our partners, KEPSA and the Mastercard Foundation, of course, under the Ministry of ICT, our host ministry. Currently, we have over 204 staffs, 11 of them being the project management team. We have 101 center managers who manage our digital hubs that we have been operationalizing as tasked by the ministry. We have a team of 55 full-time trainers, 17 of whom are females. Under the AWS program, we have 17 of them, and we have 12 regional coordinators who support the program across regions in the country. As mentioned, 101 centers that are regionally placed, 21 of which are in the ASO regions. Within institutions, both the TVET and universities, we have been able to institutionalize 127 Agila clubs, present in 44 counties, and 58 of these Agila clubs are supported by evergreen trainers. Glad to see one of the evergreen trainers who is with us here by the name Imelda, supporting sign language training. We also have been able to train over 380, and the update is 400 actual and 11 individuals across the years. That is 411,000 plus individuals across the years. 63% of whom have been able to access different jobs in different platforms. Under the AWS program, which is a cloud computing program and advanced 12 weeks training, we have been able to train over 1,400 trainees, with 81% of them certifying. We continue to collaborate with institutions and government agencies under the Jitume program that is being implemented by KONZA. We have been able to train 13,179 trainees, and these numbers continue to increase. We also have an engagement with the Minister of Labor under the State Department for Labor and Skills Development, where currently we have been able to train over 5,161 trainees in different modules that we offer as a program. We also have what we call the AjiraForPWD. This is an apprenticeship program where we support young women through organizations where they are placed. And so currently we have been able to run over 356 apprentices in different women-led organizations or women organizations that support women programs. We launched the community model in 2021, and we continue to do this. And so far we have been able to build over 100 communities to be able to provide platforms where youths or young people across the country at different countries can access the program opportunities regardless of where they are and who they are. We have recently launched what we are calling the Digital Entrepreneurship Accelerator Program. This is a support program to support our trainees who want to venture into entrepreneurship, more so using digital tools, digital platforms. We currently have been able to run this program in 7 of the regions that we run, and 175 of our program participants are going through a 10-week business coaching and mentorship, and we're looking forward to strengthening this component as we move forward. Where and how we are here is for the AjiraForPWD program, and good to note, under the leadership of my colleague Barbara, we have been able to engage quite a number of organizations in this program, strengthening the component of inclusivity under the Ajira program. And I'm sure moving forward after this launch, we'll be able to strengthen this component, increase the number of collaborating organizations, and of course, the number of participants. We've seen a lot of successes that have been recorded by different organizations that we partner with in terms of the apprentices accessing jobs, getting the stipend, and having their lives and those of their families and their friends transformed. As a thought leader, we have participated in different forums such as the National Group Digital Summit, the Connected Summit, the Skills Up Africa Conference, the AjiraForPWD Apprenticeship Lounge like today, the Future of Work Summit, the East Africa Employability Summit, and the Gig Work Policy Validation Workshop that we participated in recently. Internally, we have quite a number of programs that we continue to do to achieve the objectives of the program as we scale up, such as having the online workers meetups, where we've been able to support 20 of them. We have the BPO Owners Bootcamp, which we are calling the DAP, 6 of them so far. We have the Ajira Club Leaders Bootcamps. We bring together all the Ajira Club leaders, 5 of them per institution, to train them, to equip them for better performance. 6 of them have been conducted. We have the women-only meetups that we have been to run, several of them across the regions. We have participated in career weeks in different institutions, and we continue supporting the development of the program across. Looking forward, beyond 2024, is that we are looking at modernizing our curriculum to make it more inclusive, and also creating better and newer pathways for our trainees. We are looking at entrenching impact to 70% plus as we transition our trainees to work. We also look at accelerating these apprenticeship programs, such as the ones that we are holding today, the AjiraForPWD and the like, to create greater impacts, and also enhance inclusivity, especially on the women agenda, to 70% and 5% of the program being PWDs, and also establishing more digital hubs to create avenues for greater access for our youths across the country. We are looking at expanding our internal programs, such as Web Development Program, the ESAT program, and also accelerate the corporate training as an institution to create greater impact. Some of our partners, as displayed there, and I'm sure in the next meeting or the next near future, we'll be able to add most of our institutions on this slide as the partners that we're working with in different programs to achieve our objectives. I'm glad to be here, and I'm looking forward to a wonderful and a successful journey together as we build an ecosystem that is inclusive as we build an ecosystem that caters for the needs of every manner and every form of disability, such that we are all able to not only participate in building and realizing our potentials, but also contribute to the national agenda of improving our economy and also achieving that which we set for ourselves as a program. Others, thank you so much. Back to you, our moderators.
Thank you so much, Simon Bazu Ofisi. Let us clap for him again. Thank you. So we are doing well, people, good people. I want to recognize the presence of our guests. I'll quickly read through. Suprana Bishwal, the CEO, Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa. Karibu sana. We also have Kennedy Okongo, Director, Rizikisos. Karibu sana. We have Cecilia Mutava, CEO, Cheshire Disability Services Kenya. Karibu sana. Only today I learned how to pronounce Cheshire well. In absentia, we want to recognize Tunaweza CBO Group, who have really supported us in Coast Region. We want to recognize Joan Wekesa of Innovate Now. We also want to recognize Light for the World team, who are present in the launch today. Next Step Foundation, Karibuni Sana, and thank you for honoring our invite. We also want to recognize Kenya Society for the Blind, who are also present with us today. I also want to recognize the presence of Geoffrey Omwenga, Assistant Director ICT, State Department for ICT and the Digital Economy. Karibu sana, Geoffrey, and I know on behalf of the government, we are very appreciative of the support we get from the Ajira Digital Program. So next, we want to invite our next speaker, Barbara Wekesa. Barbara is a training and mentorship lead at Immobilis, and she also champions the inclusion agenda actively, and I want to give her this particular time. Let us clap for Barbara.
Thank you, Ruth. Good morning once again. Good morning. I'll not repeat the introduction. Ruth has done a good job. Thank you, Ruth. So mine is very brief. As Ruth has mentioned, I lead the disability inclusion. And I like telling people, this is a joke in the office, and my MD is here laughing because he knows what I'm going to say. I call myself the self-appointed inclusion lead. Not really self-appointed, but it's a joke in the office. So all protocols observed, allow me to say thank you to each and everyone in here today. It is an honor that you have left everything that you're doing to come join us today as we celebrate this milestone. And let me also echo something the MD mentioned. And on this, I'd like to mention Kennedy from Rizikisos and KBTA. I know you don't know this, but you're the ones that really gave us that momentum to actually start being very deliberate on inclusion. When we were launching the AjiraForPWD apprenticeship program, that was around in August last year, we met with the team at Kempinski. And out of a very brief discussion that we had, it gave birth to the consultative meeting that the MD Ken mentioned. And I think the rallying call from that meeting was we need to move out of the boardroom, or we need to move out of restaurants and hotels. We need to walk the talk. And that is where now the idea of all this started. And for us, the question was, why are we doing this? And how are we going to do this? With who? And where are we going to start from? So after the 23rd October meeting, we had a lot of back and forth learnings from our partner organizations. And why we decided to do this is, as all of us sit here, both as organizations and as the young interns, we understand that there's a challenge when it comes to inclusive employability. I'm trying to get an example. Let me use Paul. Paul, wewe ni mtu wangu. When Paul walks into an office, the first question someone would ask is, what can he do? We don't even want to know what he's able to do. We judge him, and Alan, you can assist in this. You work a lot with young disabled people. When Paul walks into an office, the first thing someone will see is they'll not see what Paul can do. They will see Paul and they will put a blind. You'll not want to know that he's qualified and he's the best person to achieve what you need to do as an organization. So for us as Immobilists under the Ajira Digital Program, why we are doing this is to break down that barrier. We want to break down that barrier that the disabled are not able to do what an abled person can do. So why we are here and why we are really championing for the apprenticeship program is to show potential employers that when Paul walks in, don't look at Paul. See what Paul can help achieve for your organization. And I'm sure the organizations that have interns can testify of the good job that has been done, of the impact that the young interns have been able to deliver. So for us, that is the why. That is the why we are having the PWD apprenticeship program. The where, the next question is, yes, you have the why. Where are they going to be working from? And that is where our partner organizations come in very strongly. You have the background, your organizations of persons with disability. You have the knowledge and the background to do a very good job in placements, in knowing what to look for in terms of qualifications. And now that is where you come in, because you have the young people and you have the expertise to support us in ensuring that there's inclusivity, that we leave no one behind in this digital journey. Because as we know, and that is the tagline of what Ajira does, the future is online and the future works online. So you play a very important role in helping us achieve that. And the how, now that is the funny part. The how is still on the partner organizations. We come in to offer the training on our digital skills, but now when it comes to recognizing the individual talents, you do that. You go back to your records, see who has been trained under the Ajira Digital Program, because that is the basic bare minimum requirement, that for any young person participating in this program, they must have undergone the Ajira Digital Program. So we leave it to you to identify which young person has the qualifications that you're looking for in your organization or in other partner organizations that the young people are interning with. You now do the recruitment, the shortlisting, and then we come in together as Immobilists to walk that journey with the young people. And I think for me, at the end of the day, when I sit down and see the impact that the apprenticeship program has had on our young people, Steve here from KBTA, when we went to meet with him, you need to sit with him, a very interesting story of clearing campus, not having anything to do, knowing about KBTA and their employability program, coming in to be trained at the Ajira program, going through the internship, and right now he's a fully employed staff member of KBTA. When you talk of Elizabeth is not here, the young lady the MD mentioned. When you listen to her, she tells you how she's been impacted. But I think for me, the fun bit is when she says, hata hii pesa lazima pia nipige sherehe. So you see, it shows you that there's impact, both sherehe-wise and on personal and community development. So even as we sit here today, for us, we are happy, but we are also learning. And all of us can agree. Kennedy, we were with you last year in Naivasha when you were taking our staff through disability etiquette. So you see, even as an organization, we are learning through the partnerships that we have with every person sitting here, every organization sitting here. We learn a lot. We are not where we want to be. And I'd like to thank Light for the World for being here. Samuel is really pushing and doing a good job in ensuring that we get to be where we are supposed to be on matters disability inclusion. So as we sit here, then as we go back home, please feel free to come back to us and tell us, even in this event, please give us feedback on what we did right, what we were not able to achieve, so that as we plan for the next event, we will be better. But then the joy is, as the MD mentioned, 70 young people have gone through the program. And the target actually this year was for 300 young people to have gone through the program. We didn't meet our target, and I am hopeful that even as we sit here, the different organizations have partner organizations that you work with that might have not come to our attention. So our request is link us up with other organizations of persons with disabilities, so that through the generous support from the Mastercard Foundation, which is very much appreciated, we will be able to just impact more young people, not just with the apprenticeship program, but even in skilling, because not everyone is able to get into the program, but with the skills that we give them, they'll be able to either go into self-employment or even work remotely, because that is where the world is headed. And as I close, allow me to recognize the ministry. Thank you, because without you, we would not be here, without you being the custodians of the program. And for everyone else, thank you, and let us walk this journey. Let it not just end here. Let us work together to ensure that as we go into the next year, as we go into 2025, we are able to meet the target of at least having 300 young persons with disabilities be part of the apprenticeship programs, and a minimum of 30 organizations of persons with disabilities. So thank you, and back to you, Ruth.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Tumpigie makofi tena. Yeah, our disability inclusion champion. Yeah, is not sometimes not a difficult and it's not an easy job, but she's doing well in her capacity and capabilities. So just some few, maybe housekeeping. Washrooms, I think on my right, this is on my right, I think this is a left outside as you exit. For brothers and sisters with maybe mobility challenges, I can assure you the washrooms are more accessible. I've gone there, I've seen them, they're more accessible, so worry not. But in case of anything, reach out to your able MCs here and also the registration desk. Our co-MC, back to you.
Thank you so much, Butita. Thank you, Barbara, for your comment. Barbara kona sauti nyororo, inatoa nyoka pangoni, si ndio? Okay, thank you so much for that. I want to invite Mr. Mwenga, ICT Director, State Department for ICT and the Digital Economy, to give his remark, and then we can proceed to the next agenda. Let us clap for him as he comes. Karibu. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Good morning, all of you. As you have heard, my name is Geoffrey Omwenga from the Ministry of ICT. Sorry, I came late, but we had a representative. This is a season where we have so much events that we try to at least attend each. Going forward, straight to the point, on behalf of the ministry, I want to take this opportunity to thank our partners, Mastercard, through Immobilis and KEPSA, for the role you are playing for the government to achieve the digital scaling. As you understand, the world is moving to digital, and our partners, we are doing a very great role to achieve that. The current government under the PETA, that is Bottom-Up Economic Transformation Agenda. Digital Superhighway is one of it. That is the 5th component. And there is a component under Digital Superhighway on digital skilling and job linkage. And this is why I think we're here. And that is what Immobilis is doing to support the government to achieve on that. As the government, we are trying to give them the necessary support so that they can be able to achieve that. Because without the support of the government, we might not be able to achieve it. Coming to people with disability, we have been trying to have the guidelines to guide on the infrastructure, because the previous infrastructure was not considering them. And these are very important people in the society. I work in the infrastructure department, and at the moment we have already given the guidelines on how to do the infrastructure to accommodate other members of the society. I've been working closely with Immobilis and KEPSA. I've been going through the country and see how they've been performing. We have seen the challenges. Actually, I was so much impressed when I went to Nyanza region. To be specific, I think it is Migori. Kamagambo is where, in which county, Migori? Yeah. Yes. There was a good number of people with disability. They were around 6. And that report was so, we got a report and we presented. And then we realized at least whatever we captured to be considered in the infrastructure of the digital hubs, at least it will help to help the members of the society who are disabled, because they are part of the society. So once more, I want to thank you all and appreciate whatever you are doing to support the government achieve its mandate. Sina mengi, ni hiyo kwa sasa. So let us collaborate, let us work together, let us change notes and see how we can help the society to be a better place to live tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Bwana Mwenga, and also thank you for the support you gave us when we went to the field for the IX visits. So I want at this point to invite our guests, and the first guest speaker will be Supana from Kilimanjaro Blind Trust. Karibu sana. Let us clap for her as she comes forward. Muklap hadi afike hapa. Let us keep clapping. Let the claps grow louder. Mbona sizisikii? Yes. Tuendelee kuclap. Thank you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Ministry of ICT, our hosts, representatives of donor organizations, our partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Good morning. I have to say again that I'm really pleased to be here this morning. I'm here with my colleague, Stephen Boya. You've heard his name quite a bit, and I will give him an opportunity to tell you himself why he's famous. So, I represent Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa. We are a charitable trust, and we work in 6 countries in East Africa and Malawi, including Kenya. And I have to say that our role in Kenya has been a leading role for all that we try to do for children and youth with visual impairments. We start with education and make the journey all the way to employment. In Kenya, just to give you a little bit of a background of what we do, we provide assistive technology, training, and all services to children and youth who are enrolled in learning institutions, that is schools, primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, including TVETs, teacher training colleges and universities across Kenya. So we're in 35 counties in Kenya, in 65 schools that take on visually impaired learners to give them an opportunity for education, as well as in 7 universities and TVETs. We work with many, many partners because we are a small organization and we cannot achieve our goal of inclusion for those with visual impairment and different abilities without the help of all the organizations that are working in this space. And so I think I have only been given 3 minutes to speak and I don't want to overrun my time. I want to congratulate eMobilis, who is a very special partner, who have taken on this very bold and transformative role in supporting employment or training for employability skills for those with disabilities or different abilities. This is important. The greatest challenge facing our world today across the globe is access to employment for young people. Young people are getting trained, but they don't have opportunities for employment. One of the reasons could be technology. The more we advance in technology, perhaps the less there are opportunities for the traditional roles. And this is why KBTA wants to impact those. We are focused on visual impairment, but not limited to them. We focus on providing education, access to quality education, access to digital skills, and that includes access to STEM subjects, access to ICT skills like coding and robotics and things like that, that can allow them to enter a job market that is more in demand in the 21st century, including in Kenya and Africa. And so we need the help of everyone around to make sure that as we train, those of us who train and prepare these young people to get into the professional space, that we are able to get together and change the mindset of employers. I think Barbara mentioned that sometimes we look at physical attributes and not really try and get to understand what the impact of that individual can be. And we are trying to work together to break that mindset. So with the eMobilis program, with this partnership, we have put in place 15 of our graduates who have gone through our training. So we have a 3-month intensive, full-time, 5 days a week employability skills training, where we do focus on a lot of digital skills. eMobilis also supports us with some of the trainers who come and train our trainees in the employability skills program. And then we work with companies to make sure to help them to understand that really what people say disability is not inability, and we want to really demonstrate that. So we in this apprenticeship program, we have placed 15 of our trainees who have graduated from our program, and 6 of them, we have sent them to schools. So we have set up, we provide computers and we provide other braille devices, digital braille devices to our learners in primary and secondary school. But in secondary school, we are working hard to introduce a very strong STEM focus so that those young people, and I have to say here that those with visual impairment, they work with dots. 6 dots give you the permutation and combination for doing all the letters and numbers, and they put it together in various permutation combinations to make words and sentences and so on. And that is amazing. I tried to learn, but I haven't yet mastered. I have not been able to master Braille. And so I feel that they can very well understand coding, and they can very well understand digital skills that will allow them to overcome not being able to see. And so Steve, who went through our program, is now, as was mentioned by Ken, that he is now a trainer of ICT at KBTA. And the six trainees or apprentices that we sent to the 6 secondary schools across Kenya were trained by him, and now they are training. We have provided computer labs in 6 schools, many more schools, but we've done a complete lab in 6 schools, high schools. One of them is Kibos, which has 170 odd young people with visual impairment, and they're all learning STEM, they're learning coding, they're learning all kinds of different things. And so I'll just let Stephen tell you a little bit of what he does. Here you go, Stephen.
Good morning once again. I have to say I was surprised hearing my name being called out. I thought they were mentioning Tomboya at first. But anyway, as Supana has mentioned, I am a trainer for adapted ICT at KBTA. I went through the employability skills program. I was in the first cohort. And for me to get the internship, I have to say it was Come this way, sorry. Okay. It was a dream come true. I remember, I like to mention this in some forums, when I was in the interview, when Supana was there, and Supana, I'm not throwing you under the bus. I remember she asked me, what makes you stand out? What will make us take you for this program or for this program that we have? And I was there thinking, I was thinking, what can I say? But then I remembered that I'm a Gen Z. And I know I have gone through IT training, so I said I'm good at IT. So I usually say that's what made me being taken to KBTA. But fast forward, I have trained so far 6 cohorts, including the one I was in, around 70 plus beneficiaries. And as it has been mentioned again, through Immobilis, we have 6 of them, of the 15 in schools. They are training the students in high school on adapted ICT. So you might be asking yourself, what is adapted ICT? I know ever since I came here, we've been hearing digital, some very big words on IT, and some of us don't even know what it means. So adapted ICT is it's basically IT, but now for the visually impaired, we train them to use screen readers, or to utilize screen readers to work based on their computers. Because you hear people ask, do you guys use normal computer, or is it Braille? It's just a normal computer, but we install screen readers. We have JAWS, we have NVDA. There are a number of them out there in the market, but people mostly prefer JAWS and NVDA because of their accessibility, and they are maintained constantly. So that is adapted ICT in a nutshell. And that's what we train for the employability program, as well as our apprentices in the schools. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. So thank you for listening to us. And once again, I would like to say that please, let's join hands so that we can really make a difference, because the numbers mean nothing until we are able to make them financially independent. Thank you very much.
Wow. I've got no words to say. What a great story, impact. Yeah? Vitu kwa ground ni real. Another round of applause. Yes, I mentioned as Ajira, our baby somewhere, and you can see somewhere, we are at least somewhere. So this juncture, I know tumekaa sana, maybe, yeah. So we'll take a 15 minutes break for a tea break, tea things served outside. So for maybe our brothers who need assistance, just relax. We have waiters will come on your table. They will serve you according to your order. So 15 minutes, then we'll be back at 11:55. Thank you. Now it's 11:34. or 70%. We are not yet there. But as I said, our child is still growing. No, you cannot give birth today, then you expect that child to just do a tremendous miracle, the child to grow just by a few days. So it's a continuous process. And as we have been engaged in this continuous process through our different stakeholders and partners, I think we can now come to conclusion of now appreciating that there's something, at least there's work in progress, and it's not only work in progress, but meaningful and effective work in progress, right? Do we agree? Yes. So I think as our IT personnel, there will be a short video that will be played. Then we'll continue the few speeches as we look to the end of the day.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, they are. Speeches. Yeah. They just listening for keynote speaker. We have Rizik sauce. We have our kuna Rizik sauce. Kuna Commander na mashaka Rizik sauce tosha.
Rizik sauce aje?
Yeah.
Rizik sauce play the video.
So, can
Yes.
So at this time, in the interest of time, our IT personnel are still preparing the video. I would like to invite our other guest speaker from Riziki Sauce, Mr. Kennedy Okongo. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Yeah, let's continue clapping till afike. Karibu.
To Immobily's leadership, government officers, Mastercard Foundation representative, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All protocols observed. I'm here to represent Rizikisos in giving my eyewitness account of the apprenticeship project, having interacted with interns with support from Immobilis. Rizikisos, we had 7 interns taking part in the first cohort and 10 interns taking part in the second cohort. 3 of the interns are represented here from the first cohort. I want to state that we had a good experience with the interns because it was an opportunity for the interns to expose themselves to inclusive practices and also industry practices. When you come to an organization, you learn about the culture of work and you get the exposure, and this one shapes you to be a better person even as you go out to attend to other interviews. I believe we achieved that with the interns, And we have made a deliberate decision to retain one intern who is going to serve in our ICT department. All these are falling into place because of the quick thinking of Immobilis, having obtained feedback from partners, feedback which they thought is important to advance the course, and relating that with the sponsor strategy. By that I mean the Mastercard Foundation, of ensuring that as many people as possible transition to work under the Young Africa Works theme. Na hiyo nimemaliza hiyo official. Hii ingine ni comments zangu za kibinafsi.
Sawa sawa.
Walemavu mko hapa, si ndio?
Yes.
Changamoto kubwa ni gani? Si ni ajira?
Ndio.
Si ni kazi?
Yes.
Na haya changamoto tunayapitia kwa sababu gani? Tuko na skills. What really is the challenge? What is the elephant in the room? Those who are here. Yes.
Kule kutopewa nafasi ya kuonyesha taaluma ulionayo.
Kule kutopewa nafasi. Wewe ni mmoja wa wale ambao wanaomba hiyo nafasi. Uko na ujuzi.
Bila shaka.
Ujuzi wako ni area gani?
Wanahabari na designer.
Wewe ni designer. Umejaribu kutafuta kazi? Ushai attend any interview?
Bila shaka.
Lakini umevaa shati safi. Hauna kazi kweli?
Kuvalia hakumaanishi kwamba mtu ana kazi. Unaweza ukawa unatabasamu lakini tabasamu la kuficha. Vitu ulionayo.
Hiyo Kiswahili ni ya mtangazaji kweli. Now, why am I raising these questions? Simply because we work in that environment. Not Riziki alone. We have other players in the sector. We have Next Step, we have Kilimanjaro, we have Chesire Disability Services. We work in that sector and we relate with those challenges. When we gather here to launch something of this nature, we are really committed to see results that are going to benefit persons with disabilities. They are there in their numbers. They are people who are supposed to live independently, promote families, fend for themselves, not depending on charity or other acts of tokenism. Sindio? I want to tell you that there is an opportunity going on, even currently. Part of what Immobilis is doing is that wider platform being provided to equip young Africans, and even with more emphasis on persons with disabilities, to have skills, then get an opportunity to influence employers to accept them by working on the attitudes they have, so that you can get a way of earning livelihood and promote yourself as an independent person. Sio ni sawa?
Yes.
And all that is being powered by the Mastercard Foundation. You are seeing the logo from the banner there. Hao ndio mabazu. Though very humble in the nature in which they carry out their activities. You will never know. We have had so many organizations working in Kenya, promoting disability issues, isn't it? But why is it that we are still lagging behind on matters of employment and things like that? This time, there is a proper focus on livelihood provision. And it is an opportunity for all persons with disability to also demonstrate their capacity in terms of embracing what is coming by accepting to get the skills, getting into schools, properly branding themselves, as we work on the other details of shaping the minds of the employment providers to be able to accept and give you opportunities and work and build yourself. Is that okay? Yes. We have had situations where a person with disability gets into employment but fails to demonstrate good and failing to represent as well for the benefit of those who are coming. Yeah? Ukienda pale, we unaanza, you become so entitled to other things unnecessarily. That one has also contributed to us lagging behind. Perpetuating the notion kwamba hawa watu, dealing with them becomes a problem. Are we able to correct that? Yes. Kindly. Those who went through who went through Riziki, the interns, I believe these are messages we sent to you. I believe you are people who are now ready to go out and work, taking into account the values that we instilled in you. We need more people to come together to form that strong voice in advocating for employment issues. A forum like this is also a forum to network and strategize on how we are going to better amplify this cause, because we are dealing with a society that needs more information. We even have companies we need to influence. Even if you don't employ directly. Let me give an example of maybe a bank. A bank outsources, banks outsource services like even cleaning services, isn't it? They don't employ people directly to do such things, but they outsource from a company. Is it possible for us to talk to them and say, maybe as you onboard these companies, maybe for this year, is it possible for you to have a clause that they must also have personal disabilities as staff working for them? They may say it requires physical fitness. We have our colleagues who are hearing impaired. They are physically fit, isn't it? They can fit into that. It is possible to influence through that, because that contract they are supposed to give the service providers should have that clause. I think it's something they will be able to buy, because now that will not be forcing them to onboard directly, but influencing. They have the power to decide the criteria under which we are taking you. You must also demonstrate to us that PWDs are going to be part of your team working. For example, I just give you the example of cleaning. We can go ahead, even event organizers, for example, before we contract them. Is it possible to have a clause saying whoever will be manning the podium should be a person of this type of disability before, because it is our money we are going to pay you. Through that, you will get to influence people, and it will be easier for them to accept this, because they are not directly now taking these people, but through the power they have. These are just small ideas I'm giving that we can put into practice to enable progress from our side. With those few remarks, I thank the organizers of this event, and we hope that it is just the beginning of the big boom towards the life of persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let us give Mr. Kennedy Okongo a better clap.
One, two, mic check.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, asante sana Bwana Kennedy, and also for the support we get from Riziki Source. It goes a long way to support our efforts in the inclusion agenda. I want us to play a short video, and Solomon is going to support us with that.
person should be limited by disability and feel that they are not eligible to be part of the digital migration.
I'm a person living with epilepsy. I was pursuing a course on analytical chemistry, but because of my condition, I had memory complications, and so that prevented me from progressing with my course.
Everyone has a challenge, but most of people, they believe that a person with disabilities, they have a lot of excuses, or they are so expensive to maintain in the work.
The apprenticeship program seeks to empower the young persons that we have trained by linking them up with organizations that will offer them internship or employability support. We've worked with the Kilimanjaro Trust Africa, we've worked with Rikus, we've worked with Chesire Disability, and we've worked with Tunaweza CBO. And we've been able to offer internship opportunities to 70 young persons with disability in the year 2024. And why we are doing this is to just create equal opportunities for everyone, to ensure that we leave no one behind in the digital sector, because all of us know that the future is online and the future works online.
Ajira Immobilis Resist collaboration is very, very important. It was an opportunity to host interns, and the interns were supposed to go through workplace experiences on digital jobs, and they were taken through the usual workplace itineraries with proper mentorship.
We work together, Immobilis and KBTA, as very close partners to make it happen, make inclusion happen for those with disabilities, and to provide the stipend. So we are able to place them around different employers using just simple digital skills to support the organization.
We realized a lot of gaps that we were not able to provide to our youth with the disabilities. And so through the Ajira program, Immobilis, we are able to come and train our 43 youths with the disabilities. After the training, Immobilis saw it fit that we should prepare these youths for internship.
I joined KBTA as part of their first cohort, where I was selected to train adapted ICT to the rest of the cohort. That's where I was introduced to the Ajira Digital Skills program as well. And afterwards, I got the chance to be part of the apprenticeship program. I got to learn more about the gig economy, online socialization like LinkedIn and Glassdoor.
During my internship period at Rikus, we did user interface testing. That's very essential for identifying how to make the system very adaptable for persons with visual impairment or diverse disabilities, we can say.
I've gained soft skills, which are communication skills, to be resilient at work. Nimeongeza skills za computer zenye sikuwa nazo hapo mbeleni, and how to interact with co-workers at workplace.
Ajira Digital ni kama ilikuja kama malaika kunilift, kwa sababu kupitia kwa wao ndio sasa nikapata hii apprenticeship yenye tumefanya for 6 months. Nimeweza kulipia mtoto wangu shule, nimeweza kulipa rent.
The working experience here have been good to me, and the staffs have supported me on showing me on how to enter data into the system, how to handle customer, how to write a check, and they have also shown me on how to process a loan for a customer.
From working with a person with disabilities, we've learned a lot. Initially, we thought that maybe they were not able to do too much, but after interacting with Margaret, we've seen that they are able to do everything that we do. The only thing that maybe we've done for her is to give her things that she can work with comfortably. Like now, instead of working with a laptop, we were able to provide for her a desktop which is bigger, and with that way she's able to do as much as we can do.
Nikitoka hapa, hizi skills nitazitumia katika kurun business yangu kama nilivyosema before. na pia ku create content ili inisaidie pia ku earn through that.
So through the money that I'm able to receive from this apprenticeship, being that I'm a person with epilepsy, at least it also helps me to handle the expense on my medication. And I also have to spend on myself as well. At least me pia ni feel poor.
When we train our youth and the youth is able to provide for her or himself, for us it's an excitement and a positive impact to the society because it will contribute to the economy of the Kenya today.
The opportunities are there. You only need to show your abilities and you'll be accepted and given the opportunity to show your talent and earn your livelihood, to promote your independent living, as opposed to the more familiar script of relying on other people for handouts and charity.
The target is to train not less than 5% of the total program participants should be persons with disabilities and not limited to just any form of disability. And we are also looking at bringing in more employability partners that will offer internship and long-term employment opportunities to the young people. But above all, we are hoping that this program will be the stepping stone into policy and advocacy for young people with disabilities.
Mimi ningependa kuambia walemavu wote twende digital. Tufanye kazi online.
Your ability is stronger than your disability.
Video, very inspirational and touching. So I want us to recognize the presence of Mr. Mushemi Wambugu, Resident Digital Economy from Mastercard Foundation. And I want to invite him to give his remark. So let us prepare our hands. Rub mikono. Okay, let us clap for Mr. Mushemi as he comes hadi aanze kuongea. Asante. Okay, let us continue clapping. Thank you.
I did not think I was going to get away with this, and I was going to be very quiet and listen to the proceedings. So first of all, please accept my apology. I had some meetings at the office that I had to attend to, and so I said I must come immediately after. The issue of your ability is stronger than your disability is very close to my heart. And it is close to my heart because a lot of people, even if you're capable as an individual, the system is not designed to assist you to become successful as a bona fide, productive person in our society. So what we're doing in our thinking through our programs and in thinking through our digital interventions is to say that as long as you can sit somewhere and you can interface with a tool, you will be productive. And so behind that screen, nobody cares whether you can't walk or you can't see or you can't hear. All they know is my work done? And if it is done, what is the problem with somebody who actually can't move doing it, you see? So what we're trying to do here is, in association with Immobilis, in AjiraForPWD, which is really, really important for us, and in association with other government agencies such as Ministry of ICT, Kenya Institute of Special Education, and they come in because they give us the facilities for which we can actually, through our partners, be able to deliver the services to the young people. So my only message to you is this: if you know a young person, please become our champion. If you know a young person who's missing a disability opportunity to be able to participate in government or in private sector activity, please be our champion. For us who provide support to our partners, such as Immobilis, count on us to be able to continue to help in order for us to be able to realize these kinds of opportunities moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mushemi. Let us give him a better clap. Asante. Yes. Now I'm happy. Okay. We'll go to the next. I want to invite our next speaker. She will be from Cheshire, but before her, they have a skit, and I wish to invite our special guest to present us with a skit from Cheshire. So let us give them a clap as they come forward. Make the claps stronger. Yes, thank you.
Elvin. You need a sportive mic, another mic. Yes, we are two of us. I am Elvin.
Elvin?
Yes, yeah.
These two are partners in time. These two are partners in China. It's okay.
Once upon a time, there lived a young lady in Kiziwani University. She did not know where to go. Her name was Joyna.
Oh my God. I'm just in school, campus. People have said that my parents, the well-wishers, are just drawing their money, educating me because there's no job opportunity. And I'm thinking the only thing I can do is going back to the village and, I don't know, just help my mother with the shamba work or something else. Because getting an employment here, especially in our country, is quite difficult because I have a disability. Before people see my ability, they see my disability, which is very wrong. And I don't know what to do. I'm able, but people judge me by my disability.
Thanks to Ajira Digital, it approached her university and gave her the training that she requires. And now she's out in the field practicing her profession with dignity and profession.
Why? It feels good to go out and first of all to go to work in the office, work, earn a living by the end of the month, spoil myself. It feels good, you know. And I remember once, do you know why? I was told that I'm hard-headed as a woman because I'm independent. I know what I want. And thanks to Ajira, oh my goodness. Elvin, can I take you for a treat, a dinner, or an out?
Sure thing, take me out.
Ah, nice. Let's go.
Thank you to Ajira for all the things you're doing together with the partners you have. This is an initiative that will go far and help generations to generations. The end.
Bye.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you've heard how the program has been so effective to our youth, and I would like them to introduce themselves. They started without introducing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm just smiling because I'm super excited. It's our day, yeah, right? Thank you, Ajira. Thank you, their partner organization. I'm Patricia Kamine. I work at Cheshire Disability Services Kenya under the Department of Communication and Advocacy. Ukisikia sauti tunasikia ni ya kupiga kelele. Yes. So to the organization that are here, it's good to journey with the people with disability. And if you want us to act, tuiteni, tutakuja, teke.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elvin Yatich. I have been doing the apprenticeship program at Kenya Society for the Blind. I studied counseling psychology, and that is what I have been practicing there. And beside that, I have benefited a lot of skills. And thank you for this program. It is amazing, wonderful job you're doing. Kudos to you.
Wow, wasn't that marvelous? Yeah, let us give them a hearty clap. They deserve more than that. Yeah? Yes. Wow. That was very wonderful. Now, Cecilia, yeah, continue. The floor is yours.
Good morning once again. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so excited to a point that I've forgotten that it is not good morning, it is good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I'm Cecilia Mutava, as you've been told, working for Chesire Disability Services Kenya as the Chief Executive Officer. Chesire Disability Services Kenya, we focus on ensuring that persons with disabilities become resilient and live quality life. We do this through our 40 partner organizations across the 33 counties. Through our partners, we are able to provide sponsorship, we are able to provide assistive devices, we are able to provide medication, we are able to do physiotherapy for children and youth with disabilities. We are able to support the caregivers and the youth with the livelihood component. And we're also able to give startup capital. We do this with our partners. We nurture and we value partnership because in the disability world, we cannot do it alone. We need everyone on board. It is with a lot of gratitude that I stand here today to celebrate the impactful partnership between Immobilis and Chesire Disability Services Kenya, known as CDSK, under the leadership and support of the Minister of ICT in Kenya, Mastercard, and other key partners. This collaboration has been a beacon of hope to opportunity, empowering young people through digital skills, training across the country. It has been particularly transformative in enhancing disability inclusion, providing avenues for youths with disabilities to access skills and opportunities that set them on the path to independence and success. Through this program, we have achieved remarkable milestones. One, we have been able to train 53 youths with disabilities in digital skills in Murang'a, Homa Bay, and Nairobi counties, equipping them with the tools to navigate an increasingly digital world. Secondly, we have placed 12 of these youths in the 6 months Ajira Apprenticeship program, during which they earn a monthly stipend as they gain valuable workplace experience. Thank you to Immobilis, thank you to Mastercard. We cannot forget this support. We totally appreciate it. This program has not only provided training and exposure, but has also built confidence and self-esteem among the youth with disabilities. They now see themselves as capable contributors to the economy, ready to take any challenge and excel in their respective fields. The benefits of this program extend beyond the individual participants. It has strengthened collaboration between CDSK, Immobilis, the national government, private sector partners, partners and employers. Together, we are creating a more inclusive society where disability is no barrier to growth and opportunities. We are deeply grateful for this program as it has impacted the lives of many young people, including those with disabilities, creating a ripple effects of empowerment and aspiration. As we celebrate these achievements today, let us recommit ourselves to this noble mission Together, we can continue to build an inclusive future where every young person, regardless of ability, has the chance to thrive. And I will end by giving an example of everybody I know. When you are entering at the entrance, you met a youth here, a young man with a disability, Manuel. Manuel is one of our youth that we trained under hotel hospitality. There were 50 of them, and they were blessed. So Immobilis and Mastercard, you're doing a very great job. Continue doing that, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Cecilia. Indeed, I can attest to your leadership. Chesire is doing great work at the ground. Continue the great mission and the tremendous work that you are doing. Keep it up. Thank you very much. So at this juncture, I would like to invite another guest speaker, Light for the World. Yeah, these are expertise in disability inclusion. So they will also tell us more. Light for the World. Let us give them a hearty clap. I see Sam is coming. Let's continue. Sam is coming. This one is a professor. Call him Professor Sam.
Distinguished guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are all well? Check with your neighbor, lest they are asleep. Check if they're fine. Samuel Odao, Disability Inclusion Advisor, Light for the World. Before I say anything, kindly allow me to request my colleagues, Rachel and Lucy over there. I've gone through some twists and turns getting to this place, so I'm not, they still should be to my left. Please, just stand so you can be seen. I'm not sure you'll be seen by those on this far side, but yeah, they can. Alvin, Rachel and Lucy are back there. I don't know. Great, so thank you so much. I know I have a very gigantic task of speaking almost to the last, and so I hope you stay awake during the time that I'll speak just a few words. First is to thank the organizers of this meeting and for also inviting us to come over and for giving us the opportunity to say a word. Second is to situate Light for the World in the context of Ajira digital program, how we fit in. You will already remember that Mastercard Foundation has mentioned that Light for the World is the technical advisor on disability inclusion for Mastercard Foundation. Mastercard Foundation is in partnership with Immobilis in implementing this program. Immobilis is doing it on behalf of the Kenya government. And so Light for the World being the technical advisor for Mastercard Foundation in disability inclusion, we are therefore an integral part of this program. Does that make sense? Good. Next is to say that the Ajira program has got huge targets. I remember the first time I interacted with this program, they mentioned about 1 million targeted participants, right? And 5% of that being persons with disabilities. So these are huge, a program that has got huge targets. It has got the propensity to turn the lives of persons with disabilities upside down. In essence, at this point in time,
there's lots of segregation and discrimination and stigma, but by 2030, we could be we are talking of 350,000 persons with disabilities empowered. That alone has got the ability to impact on the macroeconomy of Kenya, right? So that we'll be talking of Kenya growing as a result of 350,000 persons with disabilities empowered. And let's clap for that, because that alone is huge. And so all of us have got a role in ensuring that that happens. And we know that in enabling that to happen is digital economy. Now, digitization or digital growth is the enabler of empowerment for persons with disabilities. So I'll just mention a few points and then I sit down. And because I'm just summarizing what everybody else has been saying since 9:30 when we started, I'll say 5 things and I'll give them in terms of points. So I'll give the initials as UIPPE. U for uniform, I for ink, P for Pauline, and P again for Pauline, and then E for what? For elephant. So number 1, it's important that we understand the background of disability inclusion or disability rights movement. LIGHT is a disability and development organization founded in 1988. But we are not the first one to get into the sector. A lot has happened since the era of the American civil liberties movement, and also in the United Kingdom. The disability rights movement has been here for a long time. Those of us who are in this sector will know that the disability models have kept changing. Starting off with the medical model, charity model, we are in a situation now that we advocate for the rights model, the social model. Meaning that disability is basically just impairment meeting barriers. So whenever there are barriers and someone has an impairment, the resultant is a disability. So when we understand that background, it helps us to know where we fit in. We are building on the work that has been done by many other people before us, and therefore we are contributing to the progress made thus far. And which is the reason now we refer to persons with disabilities in our programs as participants, no longer as beneficiaries. Because we are working with and for persons with disabilities. And that is huge. Because in one story, I remember a friend telling us, he went to request for his assistant to be provided by an assistant, and he met a security officer who told him, na nyenye watu hamna shukrani. Yani hata kupewa kazi bado unakuja hapa unatafuta assistant. Because essentially what the person was telling him was, tosheka na ulicho na? Mbona waomba zaidi? So I have coined something which I have not patented. Please don't patent it before I do. That disability employment is as much a human right as it is an economic necessity. Disability employment is as much a human right as it is an economic necessity. Meaning, we are no longer talking of we are helping them. We are working with and for them. But also as persons with disabilities, we got to put a case, the business case for employment or for inclusion. That it is, you might think that it is expensive to implement inclusion, but you will realize that the resultant benefits of inclusion far outreach exclusion. Number 2, let us all work towards identifying and eliminating barriers. Accessibility barriers, the policy barriers. What are these that are limiting persons with disabilities? What are these barriers? The attitudinal, the institutional, the physical, the policy. What do we need to do? Right from or not even recruitment, advertisement. Are our adverts accessible to persons with disabilities? Do we recruit persons with disabilities? Do we have a policy that encourages the recruitment of persons with disabilities? Or is it just sufficient to say we are an inclusive organization, all persons with disability, all people including persons with disabilities are encouraged to apply? Number 3, pushing back boundaries. In Article 3 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the one we call CRPD, Article 3, Principle 1 is about respect for inherent dignity, individual autonomy, including the freedom for making one's own choices and independence of persons. And number 4, of the principle number 4 talks of respect for human diversity, seeing persons with disabilities as part of that human diversity. What is it that we are doing to ensure those principles are realized? Why is it that Odao, being blind, is still being decided for that they cannot study engineering in the university? Who decides whether I should be a police officer or a teacher? Are they deciding for themselves? Can we push back those boundaries? Anyone here who's heard of someone called Gary O'Donoghue of BBC? Yeah. The senior reporter, US?
Yes.
Do you know he's totally blind?
Yes.
He is totally blind. Senior reporter. BBC. Not Gatwekera FM, BBC. Do we know that Apple has employed a totally blind person as a computer engineer? Do we know that? Yes. Do we know that persons with cerebral palsy are employed in huge positions in the US? Why are we still telling persons with disabilities, this is what you can study, this is what you can't study? Why is this important? Because it is what you study that determines where you work. Pushing back boundaries. Number 4. And I wish I had time to elaborate, but I don't have time. And we have to go for lunch. Yeah, absolutely. Number 4, partnerships. We can't do this in isolation. We must keep partnering together. That's why we're all here. And so we got to keep fostering partnerships, because that is how we continue to innovate. And by the way, on pushing back boundaries, I need to come back there for just 1 minute. 1 minute. You know, the 4th industrial revolution, do you know that? AI and robotics, artificial intelligence and robotics. That's where now money is found. And that is where I want persons with disabilities. So, Steve Mboya, bravo for what you're doing. Now let's get into artificial intelligence and let's start making robotics. And these are things we can do as persons with abilities. There's no limit to what we can do. Or is there any?
No.
No. So partnerships is self-explanatory. I won't talk much about it. The last point I'll make and then go sit down is E, evaluation. You know, even as we do all these good things, as we contribute to what those who came before us did, and we are building on that, we got to make a habit of sitting down regularly to evaluate the achievements we've made so far, analyze their achievements, and then chart the way forward. When we evaluate, we learn from our mistakes, and we build on our successes, and we make our world better for all. Because disability inclusion is a journey, and a journey of 1,000 miles begins with single step. Thank you for listening.
Wow, that was great. Thank you, Sam. for sharing with us your wisdom, and we do appreciate. Continue in the same spirit. Inclusivity and advocacy is a long journey and still is a process, and is not an event of one day. Yes, we do appreciate that. Let's give him a hearty clap again. So a quick one from Sam's presentation. I know he has talked a lot, but I think some key points that we picked personally from his speech. Our first thing is about definition of disability, that whereby gone are the days that we are now defining disability on the medical model, whereby because of sympathy, that person with disability, they cannot do anything, anything from the medical report assessment, just say cannot. So we have shifted from that to the social model, whereby we are now recognizing the ability of persons with disability, and this is through why we have such programs, and through the Ajira, the empowerment of persons with disability, they can work, and the examples as given. Another thing is about what we call reasonable accommodation. Reasonable accommodation, what it means even to the CRPD, these are just simply modifications to enable persons with disability to cooperate well in the work environment, as long as we provide also work to this person with disability, but they also have, according to the impairment, they may request for reasonable accommodation. Thank you, Sam, for that. We do appreciate for your wisdom. Okay, thank you. Now for the next segment, I will hand over to Barbara. Barbara?
I'm here.
Yes. Can you take us over through the same segment? The next segment, I mean.
Thank you, Paul. And like Samuel said, there's lunch that needs to be eaten. So this will take not more than 10 minutes. And what we are diving into next is we want to just have an understanding, a brief understanding from the partner organizations, as well as the program participants, to hear from them, because we've been talking, now we need to hear from them. And for this, we will have KBTA. We'll just do it from where we are. Ruth and Paul will pass the microphones. So we will hear from KBTA, we will hear from Chesire, and we'll hear from Rikus. And Mushemi, we'll also need to hear from you briefly as part of the panel that we are having. Thank you. So the first thing we are going to look into or discuss, this is twofold, and it goes to the partner organizations and the participants. So briefly, in less than a minute, and I think this is Maxwell from KBTA and Steve. From Cheshire, we have Irene, Felix, and Patricia. From Rikus, we have Kennedy and Francis. In summary, tell us what your experience has been with the apprenticeship program. It's a twofold question. The first part is to the interns. What has been your experience in terms of what have you learned? What were the challenges? And how did you maneuver them? And the same question will go to the organizations. As a part of the apprenticeship program, what have you learned? What have you gained? And what do you think we could have done better as collaborators? So we start with Steve and Maxwell.
For my experience, I was able to gain hands-on skills working in an organization as an intern, which also helped me to transition now to full employment As for the other was challenge, the challenge I can talk about is in training. I've gotten people who, I don't want to say they are slow learners, but they take time. They take time to grasp concepts. So it is a challenge that I've encountered. And so I had to devise a different training method for them where we would meet maybe after the others have gone, and I would give them little challenges for them to accomplish, which also helped them in grasping the concepts that I was trying to pass across. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. This is Maxwell from Kilimanjaro Trust Africa. I think from the organizational perspective, I would say that having implemented the program for the last, it's close to 2 years now, one of the major challenges that we faced early in the program was placement. Because it's one thing to train and another to place. And unlocking that challenge was a nightmare because, again, it involves mindset change, even from the corporate world and employers, who many a times, of course, despite the existing discrimination in the workplaces and the existing stigma that we all know about, but then most of them, it was easy for them to mention issues around budgets. So an employer could easily say that, and we would really wish to place, or rather to absorb one individual with visual impairment that you've trained. But unfortunately, we do not have budgets, the budget to support this. But then now we realized when the conversation changed and said, well, we are requesting you to place and we are able to facilitate even with a stipend. But then now you realize the goalpost is being shifted. And I think that now kind of exposed the real problem that we have in the employment space. That it is not just even employment or apprenticeship for persons with disabilities, but there is a need for mindset change that eventually will enable employers and at systemic level to accept and offer opportunities, equal opportunities, even for persons with disabilities. But then again, also in terms of training, we were faced with another challenge that for those that we are onboarding, remember that we are training those that have faced societal and systemic barriers right from the time when they were young, and they've grown through those barriers. For instance, when we talk of training on digital skills, and we are training those that have not, or rather were not exposed to digital skills when they were in primary schools and secondary schools, and sometimes even in tertiary institutions. For instance, for those with visual impairment, most of the tertiary institutions, even though those that are trained on digital skills or computer skills, do not have necessary assistive technologies or screen readers that can enable young people with visual impairment to learn adapted ICT skills. So most of the time, they were flower girls in these classes. So they're out here, they're graduates, and they need to get into the labor market. Unfortunately, they do not have the digital skills. So remember, when we are training them, we are almost starting from the point of completely unknown, and we want them to, it's a short program, it's a 3 months immersive program, and we want them to acquire these skills within this program. So to add to what Steve has said, then it would give an impression that they are slow learners, but ideally they're not. It is just that the system has excluded them for a very long time and sort of like grown in that exclusion, and now we're introducing them to a world of technology that they are most likely trying to fit in for the first time. Yeah.
A better clap.
Thank you, Maxwell. Thank you, Maxwell and Steve. Acha nisi So the next question will go to Kennedy and Francis. We've heard of the gains and the challenges. So this is from the context of employability. What does disability inclusion mean in the context of employability, and why is it essential in businesses today? Why is it important that we have inclusivity in our workplaces?
Thank you. Inclusivity or inclusion being talked about in the context of employment means everybody getting involved in employment. In our situation, we are biased towards person with disability. Everybody cannot be some people. It must be everybody. That means person with disabilities also. The challenge we have is that we are not attaining the inclusion because of several factors. Some of them are around the infrastructure setup of the institutions that are supposed to employ. We have cases where employers will say, yes, I'm interested. We have a day policy. We are supposed to employ and work with everybody. Not thinking that they means a person with disability as well. They think of other things like gender, LGBTQ, those things under day, but disability becomes outside day. We have a responsibility to ensure that they come to understand that they means diversity, equity, and inclusion of everyone. What I learned with our time with the interns is that people are hungry for jobs. That one became evident at the time we were parting ways with some of them, looking as if now where am I going after the 6 months? You have to let go with a bad feeling in your heart. You could see from when they reported, even grooming starts to change. You see, those things. You look at all this, then you realize that this is just 6 months. It gives you that feeling of sadness. When you are parting ways after 6 months, you wish it was for eternity. It was for a lifetime. So that is one bit of the sad experience I had. In terms of benefits, in terms of benefits as an organization, of course, when you have more members in your team facilitated by somebody else, it means you are benefiting, even in terms of executing your mandate, because it is free labor coming in. And there is a component of administration, resources set aside for administration. That one also provides relief on our own resources, because you find that now you can pay power, you can pay for water from a source that has just come in. This one gives an opportunity for us to target more people with the already budgets that we had, because a fraction has been supplemented from another source. That is a good experience. In terms of my confidence in the person with disabilities, it improved a great deal, because I'm comparing from when they joined and when they left. The impact is very clear. The difference is very clear. I came to understand why people will always say, I need this number of experience for this job. The 6 months, compare month 1 and month 6, there's a great difference between the interns. When they joined and when they exited, a completely different experience. I have Kelvin here. Kelvin is a CP case. And by the way, Kelvin also has epilepsy, Kelvin. And I got to interact closely with Kelvin, and he gave me a different picture of what a cerebral palsy case is. If you meet Kelvin outside there, you may think he is not capable of doing anything. On close interaction, you realize Kelvin has great potential and very inquisitive, trying to find out something, a good quality for somebody who wants to know. Interacting with Francis, who is deaf. Francis, by the way, can shoot very good photos here. Him. If you had known earlier, ungepatia your gig. But now, you see even how he postures himself. This is somebody who will not get an opportunity because he can't talk, he can't hear, but very bright. But what I have to tell them is that as Rizikisos, our work is to continuously transition as many of them to work. We have not left them alone. The next opportunity that's coming, we have them in our radar. They have joined the database, and we are going to try as much as possible to see that they get places. Another thing, we also identified different, there were 7. There was one who was not very cooperative. But we also realized he's also good in other things. That brings me to appreciate the fact that people are different. And you need to take your time in understanding your people. And he qualified to another project we have called Inua Biz. The guy was so business-minded. And upon inquiry, we realized he's distracted because he's chasing for opportunities that are not coming. He had knowledge in making soap. Hizi sabuni za kutengeneza. When we discovered that, we decided to facilitate him, to fund him, to start the business. He's now making the soap, and we are even his customers as Rizikisos in the office for this security. So all this put together, our work is cut out. And let us not judge these people. Let us give them the opportunity to understand them and know their strengths. And then I assign our interventions based on that understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Kennedy. Maybe a quick one to Francis. And for Francis, it will be what I had asked Stephen. What have you benefited? What have been the benefits you have gained individually from being part of the apprenticeship program? What are the challenges you have faced? And what do you think we need to do as Rizikisos, as Ajira Immobilis, to improve this program?
Okay, first, my name is Francis, and he was an intern under Riziki Source, where they were able to be empowered, or she got an opportunity to be able to get different creativities and to support the inclusion in the area of work. And the challenges that they have is the communication barrier. But he's very happy that it is possible that things do happen, and beliefs are always there, and everything is possible, and the ability that he has and the strength that he has for these people with disability. Thank you.
For Francis, we clap like. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Kennedy. My takeaway from Kennedy were two. One, even internally as organizations, he has just given his example with Kelvin. He didn't think he was capable of doing more than or a lot, but after his interactions with him, he realized that there's so much he can achieve. So I think for me, the challenge is we also need to look internally, even as we talk of organizations are made of you and I. So we also need to look internally and ask ourselves, what barriers individually are we also carrying, or are we perpetrators of? And we relook at that, we look internally and say this and this and these are the barriers that have been propagating, and now I need to get rid of them. And I think Kennedy's second takeaway for me was the benefit that the young interns have been able to bring into the organizations. But the challenge is we also need to ask ourselves, after the 6 months, what are we going to do? Because when they come in first month, it's a learning process. By the time the 6 months are over, they become experts. So when we are not able to absorb them, all of them, what are we doing as organizations? Are we reaching out to partner organizations? Or are we saying, thank you very much, it was a pleasure interacting with you, tunakutakia mazuri. So it's a challenge, and I think it's a challenge to all of us. And now that brings me to my next question. And I think for this one, Alan, based on what you do at Next Step Foundation, we would like to know how can companies partner with organizations to create more inclusive hiring and workplace practices? Because you do that. So how can we go about that?
Well, thank you. Quite a broad question. Partnering is one, and Light of the World alluded to that. Partnering with organizations for and of persons with disability to be able to understand what are the best practices in terms of hiring, and also broadening up the net to be able to have a bigger talent pool to be able to tap from. So that is one. So you have a bigger pool to be able to tap from, to be able to attract into your workplaces. So when you partner with these organizations, then you're going to reach directly into that particular pool. Whether your adverts are accessible or not accessible, these organizations will be able to help you do that. But the point of now coming in, the same organization that you partner with them would be able to build your capacity internally in terms of shaping the world of your current headcount, in terms of how do you actually relate with a new staff who is coming in, already an existing staff who is within the network of organization that has got disability in terms of fitting in. Thirdly, would be coming in just to be able to break the barriers. And then Steve talked very clearly about pushing boundaries back. In terms of creating a safe space where everybody is getting to equal. So I have a disability, I come out and be able to self-identify and self-disclose. And then that changes the entire ecosystem within the organization. So I don't have specific direct answers to you. It is quite a big entry tray that we all can be able to dive in. But partnership is what will be able to go a long way. Sprana talked about it earlier on when we're having the tea break. In terms of all of us singing the same voice, if we decide to sing Kumbaya, then let all of us sing that song Kumbaya to make sure that our participants with ability get to the next level.
Thank you, Alan. Partnerships. Underline the word partnerships and collaborations. And I think those are why we are here today. So hatujaanza vibaya, but more needs to be done. So in the interest of time, I will ask 2 questions. Mushemi, you've not escaped. CDSK. You have, you work with persons with disabilities. So what I'd like to know is, and either Irene or Felix can answer, what are the key benefits that come from hiring individuals with disabilities, both in terms of diversity and in the broader picture of business?
Thank you. I'll go first. Let me stand. Thank you. Hiring someone with a difficulty, that is according to Washington Group of Questions, is important to organization. Number one, every organization is moving towards inclusion. So you will become a role model to the other employers within your sector or outside your sectors that are striving to have an inclusive workplace. Number two, we're also contributing to knowledge sharing and management within your organization. There are a lot of learnings that we drive when you have a staff with some difficulty or a disability. And this shall be carried on throughout the profession, the profession of these particular workmates. This will go down into the knowledge management of this particular organization, and it can also be scaled up to other organizations, of course, within and without. There are other statutory reductions that, of course, benefits organizations that have employed persons with disabilities. I'm sure most of us are aware of them. And so those are some of the benefits that will accrue to that. By extension, of course, the social aspect of it, in terms of attracting donor funding, they would like to see how diversity and how inclusive your equity, and inclusive your set of employees is. A donor who is more interested in funding programs that are more related to inclusion, they will be more interested in having a staff with some form of disability so that they are able to walk that journey in supporting that particular project. Oh, okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
I could continue and continue. Thank you.
I don't want to, you and I should not be the reason people are not going for lunch.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you so much for that. I think for me, the takeaway, Carol, the tax benefits, the tax exemptions. Yeah, so for me, that's the takeaway. So, Mushemi. You're the expert in this, so please, with the emerging trends in how work is done, with people moving into remote and flexible work arrangements, so how can these emerging trends impact the employment of individuals with disabilities, either as an advantage or a disadvantage?
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you're asking me to speak about the trends in the marketplace and with specific aspects of remote work and flex work, and how that will affect people with disabilities, yes? So a lot has changed in the marketplace, actually even within the last year. The one thing that I was really keen to say was that a lot of the work is going to be done remotely or gig economy. And if we're going to speak to try and get the knowledge translated to people with disabilities, this is a very sweet spot. And the reason it is sweet is because a lot of this work is being done for people away from here. And it may not, in most cases, be reliant on travel and office setup per se, unless it's a BPO setup. So in essence, you can work from home with limited mobility and be able to participate in the digital economy by supporting other countries away. Now, that's a huge plus. And it's an inclusive plus because a lot of these organizations will also give you PCs or laptops that actually look at the environment, listens to the ambient light, sound, those kinds of things to allow you to engage if it's a call or engage if it's a proposal that you're writing. Now, some disadvantages. One is the advent of AI. AI is taking over a lot of the what you'd call foundational skilling type work. Now, you and I know a lot of people with disabilities are being trained as a pipeline, which means they are starting off on foundational type skilling. So I think the challenge is going to be to us to try and move them onto that pyramid so that they can be able to participate in the intermediate and high level work, because foundational work is quickly becoming taken over by AI. The second thing is, now when you look at the BPO sector, it's not divulged. It's not it's not from everywhere. It still requires a lot of people to come onto that site because it's a co-located site, just because of the arrangements and the contracts that they sign with people who they are supporting. So that becomes also another challenge, because now infrastructure-wise, access to these facilities, width of the facilities. If you've ever gone to any of our BPO centers, you notice you're sitting in a very tight corner, but you have 3 screens in front of you. So it becomes quite difficult to accommodate a lot of people with disabilities, which is something that we're having discussions with. The last point is now also a major disadvantage is the time differences. Not only are they disadvantageous for women, but also for people with disabilities, believe it or not, because if they're working at night or they're working in a place where they do not have access, if you will not be able to make a living from somebody in the US or somebody in another time zone just because you do not have the accessibility functions to work at the times for which they require you to work. Now, if you're a person who suffers from, let's say, epilepsy or flashes in screen, now it becomes actually orchestrated because now you're working in the dark with a lot of light and flashing light, which actually affects you as well. So we have to put all of these in mind when we are talking about giving access. However, having said all of that, I think the opportunity is in the young people and their ability to want to be engaged into digital work. I think there's a lot that we can do there. We're working with a lot of partners to try and make the environment conducive so that we can take advantage of the emerging trends. For instance, if we're talking about AI, there are large language models, which is machine learning, which requires repetitive tasks to be able to educate these machines. These are things that as a foundational level, even people with disabilities can participate. Right now, it's people who are able-bodied who are participating. Why can people with disabilities not be able to participate? Second, there's an element of learning typing skills, like quick typing skills. And it's something that we haven't been offering, but it's something that I've been challenging Immobilis we have to offer, because it is just assumed that you can type. No. Many BPOs are requiring you to type at least 90 words a minute, between 70, 80, 90 words a minute. Now, if you do not have typing prowess, you have a problem. And so participating in what we're calling emerging trends becomes a handicap unto itself, not only for able-bodied, but also for people with disabilities. So the ability to be able to type quickly or to read text to writing is something that is also going to be very, very, very advantageous. I hope I haven't talked too long, but some of my thoughts.
Thank you, Mushemi. Takeaway and challenge to us at Immobilis. For me, the takeaway is we need to relook at our curriculum, which is a work in progress, and incorporate, because like you said, AI is the buzzword right now. So how do we ensure that even as we train persons with disability, we are aligning them to what is currently in demand? Challenge taken and accepted. So thank you. This has taken longer than expected, but I hope we have all learned one or two things in our engagement as we move further. So to the next session, and this will take less than 5 minutes. We want to appreciate our partner organizations in the apprenticeship program. So for this next session, I would like Mushemi, you're not escaping. And then I'll have Ken, I'll have Rose, and Ruth and Alan. Daktari, please come. Grace Mary, how could I forget you? So we are awarding certificates, therefore. So kuna vile tutasaidiana. These are certificates of appreciation to our partner organization in recognition of their support towards the AjiraForPWD apprenticeship. So the first organization I'd like to call is Rikus. Jean. Jean is our link person at Rikus. She has done a good job. At Rikus, we've been able to have 17 interns. Cohort 1 had 6. And it's from cohort 1 that they've been able to take one intern into full-time employment from January. So good, thank you, Rikus. Cohort 2 that started this month, November, has 10 interns. And it is our hope, Kennedy, that hatutakuwa na stress ya kuachilia, we'll be able to place them into full-time employment with different organizations. So for this one, let me have Alan and Daktari present it to Rikus. Twitter. In absentia.
Wow, let's continue clapping.
Thank you, Jean. We would now like to have KBTA come up to receive their certificates. So for this one, we will have Ruth and Grace Mary. KBTA, mkitaka mkuje nyinyi wote. Okay, so Lemison is coming with Steve. Lemison is our focal contact person at KBTA. He has been able to give us 21 interns, 6 initially, and in cohort 2 we have 21. That 5 have been trained by Steve. So good job, Lemison and the team. We have Nice. Nice is an intern in the second cohort. She is based in Bomet. So asanteni sana team KBTA. Thank you. Mushemi? CDSK? Yeah.
The more the merrier.
Yeah,
exactly.
The more the merrier.
Akisi tungekuwa tunapiga makofi wakikuja. So CDSK has given us 12 interns, and we have among them teams from Murang'a, Homa Bay, and Migori. And they've also given some interns to Kenya Society for the Blind. And the feedback is very positive. Let me speak on behalf of KSB. They are thinking of better things for the interns. So asante sana CDSK. And please don't leave Ken and Mushemi. Edna, please come receive this on behalf of Tunaweza. Tunaweza is our partner based in Mombasa. They were the first disability group that we trained, and the impact has been massive, massive, massive. So in absentia, Edna will receive the certificate on their behalf. So thank you so much. Edna, please don't go back. Yeah, Ken and Ushemi can leave. Yeah, so we are coming to the tail end of the program. And for this next session, I would love Edna to come and give a vote of thanks. And as we finish after Edna, we'll have a bit of a celebration for less than 2 minutes, and then we break for lunch.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Before Edna speaks, I know it has been a colorful event, right? Yeah, feel free, take photo for memories, you never know. And also as we network, don't forget to tag us, Ajira or Immobilis X, Ajira, in all our platforms. Yeah, so our first hashtag is Ajira for persons with disability, or you can abbreviate it as Ajira for PWD, or Ajira for PWDs, then the future works online. Hashtag Ajira for PWDs, hashtag the future works online. Thank you. Edna.
Let's give Paul a round of applause. So mine will be brief and straight to the point. It's my honor to give the official vote of thanks for this amazing event that we have had. First of all, let me start with our moderators and MCs, Paul Wafula, Ruth Amoit, and our sign language interpreter, Imelda. Let's give them a big round of applause. They've done an amazing job. Thank you so much, Ruth, Paul, and Imelda. Secondly, let me take this opportunity to thank Immobilis team, led by our founder and managing director, Mr. Ken Mwenda. And I'd like to request Immobilis team to stand so that we can appreciate them, everybody who is here from Immobilis. Let's give them a big round of applause. This is the team that works behind the scenes, sleepless nights, brainstorming, sharing ideas, and of course, doing all the hard work from all departments, from finance to operations to programs to inclusion to training to marketing to data, M&D, comms teams, disability inclusion training, mentorship, skills development. So they're all here represented and they do an amazing job. And thank you, Ken, for being the visionary and for being the inspiration behind this team. So thank you, Immobilis team. Have a seat. Next, I'd like to thank the Ajira stakeholders to whom we are deeply indebted. and to whom this event would not have been possible. So the Mastercard Foundation, thank you so much, Mushemi and Ruth, for making it all the way here and for really spending your literally entire day for the immense support that we always receive from you. Let's give the foundation a big round of applause. The Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy, to whom were the brains behind the Ajira Digital Program. We cannot thank them enough. They have a number of events happening this week, but they took the time to actually send 2 representatives. So let's give them a round of applause. To our co-implementing partners, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, led here by Grace Mary Moshiri, and also Fozzie is in. Thank you so much for your support and for finding time to be with us. And congratulations for KEPSA at 20. Yeah, KEPSA at 20. Congratulations. Grace Mary and team, please pass our regards to Dr. Ehud, as well as our CEO, Caroline. Next, I'd like to thank other partners who are in the room, whom have been mentioned. So I'll quickly go through this. Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa, Innovate Now, Rikus, Cheshire, Kenya Society for the Blind, Kenya Institute of Special Education, Next Step Foundation, Light for the World. I believe those, I hope there's no one I've left out. So let's give all the partners a big round of applause. Then I'd also like to acknowledge the most important group here, the participants and the alumni of AjiraForPWD Apprenticeship. Let's give them a big round of applause. So this event would not have been what it is without your bright presence and your experiences. We are so inspired by your stories, and we really wish all the participants and Ajira alumni and AjiraForPWD interns and apprentices all the best in your journey. And then second, last but not least, let's thank the media team who have been behind the scenes doing a lot of work. We have our comms teams from BTV to Being Interactive to Cynthia Nyamai Communications, members of the Fourth Estate who were here. I believe they've taken, key articles that they will put out in the media. So we thank you for that. And of course, our hosts, Radisson Blue, for the good venue, we thank you. I believe we have covered everybody in the room. If there's anyone who's been left out, please note you are also greatly appreciated. And I'd like to conclude by echoing the words of our MD during his remarks. He asked that we all work together to build a more inclusive digital ecosystem. Let us break down barriers, challenge stereotypes, and create a future where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Partners, stakeholders, supporters, we thank you for your continued commitment to digital inclusion. Asanteni sana. Back to you, Barbara, for the official ribbon cutting and closing of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Edna. And once again, thank you, each and every person that has sacrificed their time. I was telling Supana, it's an honor when you see CEOs, directors, and everyone from the top management to everyone else sacrifice an entire day to come and be with you in an event. We don't take it for granted. It is an honor. I'm buying time, amalize, alafu tukate.
You're being honest.
But thank you so much. I know it's all of us have gotten a takeaway, and we look forward to a bigger apprenticeship program as we get into 2025. Yeah, so in the next 1 minute, I would still call Mushemi You're not escaping. I'll call you in a minute.
Just before Moshemi goes, I'd like to recognize the presence of a team from Don Bosco Technical Institution. They've come all the way from Kakuma, Turkana. Please wave. So the director is here, so we really thank them for coming all the way. They've supported the Ajira Digital program, especially on an inclusion component for refugees, host communities, young women, and we shall continue working with them. So just wanted to thank them for coming all the way. Back to you, Barbara.
Thank you, Edna. Team Don Bosco, karibuni sana Nairobi, and welcome to Immobilize to the Ajira Digital program. Yes, so we are ready. Mushemi, Ken. Supana Cecilia Kennedy, please join us. Patricia and Steve and Francis, please join us. Daktari. Grace Mary. So Francis and Mushemi, you can shika the makasi. Francis is here.
I think it's too wide.
So we squeeze. Yeah, so on the countdown, when we get to 0, we will cut the ribbon. Tafadhali ukiona moshi usishtuke, hakuna kitu inachomeka. Tusianze kukimbia tukidhani kuna moto inawaka. Yeah, so 10.
9.
So let's do the countdown together.
10. So we like to do the countdown, then we do the launch. We'll do from 10 backwards. At the countdown of 0, we will cut the ribbon and will be now the official launch. So let us do it together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And ladies and gentlemen, the program is now officially launched. Oh, thank you. I think we can now have a good photo. Yeah, just first we have that good photo for memory. Yeah. Our MD. Yeah, we can first now. We have a good picture for memory. Edna, we request you also to be included in this picture, if you don't mind. Yeah, let's maintain the smile. Thank you. So we have come to the tail end of our program. We do thank you everyone for coming, our guests, our chief guests, partners, participants, and everyone, the Immobiles team. We do appreciate all of you for coming to grace this colorful event. We have now launched officially the program. As I said, don't forget to share on social media and tag us, hashtag AjiraForPWDs, hashtag The Future Works Online. Thank you very much. Okay. For visitors or for all of you. So, okay. I'm also notified that now lunch is at the lunch is at the main restaurant, and ensure that we have received a meal voucher or a meal pass. Without that, ni kama utatoka njaa, but iko. And also have some goodies outside. So as you pass, Immobiles, as I told you, we do things in African way. Feel free to pick.
And how to interact with co-workers at workplace.
Ajira Digital ni kama ilikuja kama malaika kunilift, kwa sababu kupitia kwa wao ndio sasa nikapata hii apprenticeship yenye tumefanya for 6 months. Nimeweza kulipia mtoto wangu shule, nimeweza kulipa rent.
The working experience here have been good to me, and the staffs have supported me on showing me on how to enter data into the system, how to handle customer, how to write a check, and they have also shown me on how to process a loan for a customer.
From working with a person with disabilities, we've learned a lot. Initially, we thought that maybe they were not able to do too much, but after interacting with Margaret, we've seen that they are able to do everything that we do. The only thing that maybe we've done for her is to give her things that she can work with comfortably. Like now, instead of working with a laptop, we were able to provide for her a desktop which is bigger, and with that way she's able to do as much as we can do.
Nikitoka hapa hizi skills nitazitumia katika kurun business yangu kama nilivyosema before, na pia ku create content ili inisaidie pia ku earn through that.
So through the money that I'm able to receive from this apprenticeship, being that I'm a person with epilepsy, at least it also helps me to handle the expense on my medication. And I also have to spend on myself as well. At least me pia ni feel poor.
When we train our youth and the youth is able to provide for her or himself, for us it's an excitement and a positive impact to the society, because it will contribute to the economy of the Kenya today.
The opportunities are there. You only need to show your abilities, and you'll be accepted and given the opportunity to show your talent and earn your livelihood, to promote your independent living, as opposed to the more familiar script of relying on other people for handouts and charity.
The target is to train not less than 5% of the total program participants should be persons with disabilities, and not limited to just any form of disability. And we are also looking at bringing in more employability partners that will offer internship and long-term employment opportunities to the young people. But above all, we are hoping that this program will be the stepping stone into policy and advocacy for young people with disabilities.
Mimi ningependa kuambia walemavu wote twende digital. Tufanye kazi online.
Your ability is stronger than your disability.